getting a little bit lazy on my start times, it looks like. So sorry about that. It's about half an hour past when I'd normally want to go. But we're here. And it's... So we've got quality options, so I can shut this all down and start the game up properly. So wait a minute. Sorry. You can't see any of this stuff, so I'm responding like a complete nutcase. I probably wasn't paying attention to all of the postings and such, but I really had the short end of the stick when it came to... Uh-oh. Let's quit that out so we can do the disclaimers as usual. I think I got the short end of the stick because the hit and run patch, the latest update to Phantom Brigade, was released the day after I last streamed this. I'm pretty sure it came out on Tuesday. And again, I'm sure I would have known this, but because I've sort of gotten into the habit of at least streaming this game on Mondays, and of course I'd like to expand that out, but there's a lot on my plate lately. This has been... I've been basically just sitting, chomping at the bit to try the new patch for about a week now. Okay, so it doesn't start with the notes as usual. So what have we got? We're on the hit and run update, smash and grab, new scenario, retreat system, defector event, new and improved combat levels, quality of life improvements to repair. In February, the Arsenal update. So it looks like it has been split into two parts now. So we've got dashing and melee improvements, missile weapons, and more enemy variation. So that's going to be coming next month. In March, we've got Arsenal update number 2, heavy weapons, melee weapon variety, and more enemy variants. And then in the future, TM, combat replay, pilot progression, invader nemesis, localization support, gamepad support, dynamic weather, and more. Now I've wanted to be jumping into games a little bit earlier than what I normally used to do, but I want to get the usual disclaimers out of the way. So, Brace Yourself Games very kindly gave me a copy for promotional purposes. For this game, they actually also did so for Industries of Titan, which I don't think has gotten an update since the last Quality of Life game. But I will say, if it goes on for a while, we'll still do another round of Industries of Titan. I'm just a little reluctant because I know, given the way that I played last time, we wound up running into a lot of crashes, and I don't really think that shows the game very well. But I am hugely enthusiastic both about this game and about this developer. I hope you guys, if you are interested in this, that you do pick it up, and if you don't want to buy it on the Epic Game Store, that you wishlist the game. I believe both Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade are scheduled for release on Steam, but I don't know if they have official dates yet. But this has been great fun, but as always, I think it's important to be upfront. Not only do I think it's important, I believe it is required in certain jurisdictions that you talk about any potential interests. So take that as you will. Night Valiant 28, hello son, are you a Phantom or are you a Brigade? I believe we are the Brigade. Now, there were a bunch of patch notes for this one, and we got a little bit more of an idea. I think this loading screen is new. So there's a couple of neat little things that they've done. They unpacked a bit about how the save system works. So the way that I've been going through this game has actually worked pretty well for the way this game gets updated. So apparently, if you are in a province when a new patch arrives, and I believe they've said that this is sort of, they're open to feedback, and they'll be seeing how this works for the development of the game overall. But I believe if you are in a province, the province gets reset, but your overall campaign will continue to work. So basically the area that you're in, gets the reset so you can access the new content. And of course, for me, this is great because we've already liberated the province that we're in. We're going to be going on to a new one. And the pattern so far has usually been to liberate an area and move on. So for instance, if I had been a little lazy last week, I probably would have had all this work to do again. Not that, I'd mind. I really like running around with the game. But it looks like basically if you're mid-game and there's a patch that's about to come up, if you don't want to lose any progress, you make sure you tidy up the region that you're running around in. Thank you, Night Valiant. Let me get your shout out really quick. I know there won't be a ton of people in here, but I can always just mention you again. For those of you who don't know Night Valiant, he's moved on to Hitman now. Wonderful Brazilian streamer. I'm actually kind of sorry that you didn't have access to the stuff you were looking for, last stream. But I have a lot of fun watching Night Valiant play Hitman for the same reason that I kind of like playing Phantom Brigade. It's really sort of fun to see somebody deal with the circumstances that the game sort of throws them up. To a certain extent, Phantom Brigade, I think somebody mentioned this before, was that I think somebody mentioned that Phantom Brigade seems like a little bit of a puzzle in the sense that you know what the enemy actions are and you're going to be moving things around. And Hitman is definitely something that happens in real time, so the mapping isn't perfect, and yet I really feel that Night Valiant sort of communicates the things that I find interesting about both games and his playthroughs. And overall, he's just a fun guy to watch. It seems that when you buy a sequel, the game auto-detects and adds it to the overall star. Oh, I got it. So they don't just give it to you by default. Okay. So a legacy version of Hitman 2, if you want one, you have to buy the gold version or the expansion pass. I'm sorry to hear that. I know I got mine through Epic, and I think actually Steam gave away a copy. But I don't have the sequels though. So anyways, back home. Welcome back, Commander. A lot has happened since you last contacted us. The enemy forces have launched a massive counterattack in an attempt to take back our territory. Only the provinces that were fully liberated managed to hold them back. We're currently back at Felheim resupplying. Let's move out and take everything back from them. Okay, so this is exactly what the game's explaining. The world generation has changed, so the game had to regenerate the world in your save. All of your units, pilots, and parts and liberated provinces were preserved. Sorry for the inconvenience. Let's move, warm up the base, and prepare to head out. I do think, though, I think that indicates that we're in a... Yeah, so the only difference is that we're quite far away from where I was going to, where I was originally. So our original plan was to go from what ultimately became the repair bay. We were going to trace a line to Hanneborg. This would have given us some radar coverage over this mountainous region, but that's fine. I mean, I'm not gonna like sit down and shake my fist at the heavens. Gary's mod. No. At that change. It's actually kind of interesting. My personal belief on this sort of stuff is that it's fine. Like, in my view, updating a game is too much. Oh, hang on. I think I just passed over an animation where the thing was like crouching down and then standing up again. I feel a little bad that I potentially skipped over that. To my view, it's to my benefit that the game get fairly regular updates. We'll have a better game in the end, and that's sort of what you sign up for when you play a new, when you play a new or an early access game. But with that in mind, it is actually, I think, quite nice that they are considerate of players who are carrying on and taking their time. Because certainly, I do take my time when I play a game like this. Anyways, we can afford to speed up here a bit. I don't think there's anything else for me to be doing right now. I know I'll probably lose any of the hope that we generated from liberating the province, but like I said, it's not the sort of thing that I want to get too whiny about. They could have reset the whole game, and then I wouldn't, I'd be focusing a lot on early game content at the expense of the later game. Nope. Manufacturer smokescreens. Smokescreens are useful when for avoiding combat when being attacked by hostile squads, providing you with enough cover to escape. The mobile base only has enough space to safely store 3 smoke canisters. They can only be manufactured in liberated territories when interacting with structures that do not have an enemy garrison. So we've obviously maxed ourselves out. I think that's because we landed in the... Oh, you know what? I could have hired some more pilots while I was there. I won't. Something in the distance. One of your pilots shouts out to you. They've spotted something in the distance. When you look, you see what looks like a person under a tree. Approach. Deserter. As you get closer, you see that it's a pilot wearing the uniform of an enemy. He's still and quiet, but when he sees you and a pilot approaching, he begins to struggle against his ropes. "You've got to help me," he cries. That uniform says, "We don't gotta," your pilot says. He turns to you and says, "Could be an ambush, boss." "Please, they tied me up and left me for dead. I've been here for 3 days." His clothes are filthy, and there's an ugly bruise on his forehead. If it's an ambush, it's more elaborate than any you've seen. "Why'd they leave you?" your pilot asks. The enemy pilot spits on the ground. "Didn't want to do this stuff anymore. It isn't right." "So a deserter then?" your pilot asks. "That's what they called me. Will you help me out?" "So we can capture. They might be an enemy, but they could prove useful. We can leave them deserter or not. They are the enemy and they can help themselves. Or rescue. They might be an enemy, but they're still human. We'll be the nice people." All right, an assault. You can attempt to gain control of this structure by mounting an assault with your squad. Suit up. I suppose... You know what? I think I'm just going to run in with the squad that we already have, and we'll... I want to get into the combat fairly early, so we can load out our mechs for the next encounter. Hopefully I didn't get anything too cool that I'm missing out on. But a persistent bunch. Command won't commit any more drop squads to the site, so let's get this over with. 4 enemy contacts on the field. So this is probably the headline feature, or, well, a part of it at least. Retreat possible in 5 turns. So effectively, you can... there's going to be... Apparently there's a specific mission type where you can sort of smash and grab. This is a way where not every battle is a fight to the death. I think what this might wind up doing... I don't know if this is the intention because I didn't read the patch notes too closely. But it might be to try and encourage people to try and take some stronger engagements, knowing that it's not going to involve them completely... losing everything if they fail to take the site. And then, I mean, I know MechWarrior 5 actually does this reasonably interesting. It's a funny problem to have in a mech game because, of course, what's interesting about a mech, you've got this giant hulking, machine of death, and you just want to go and blow everything up. But that's not necessarily... the only thing you can do with a mech. The enemy has other mechs too, and if you have to deal with... I mean, clearly there's lots of very careful thought that has gone into how do you handle a superior force. So it's kind of neat, and especially with this game where you are sort of playing this group of specialists who admittedly have an edge in terms of the AI technology, but you see the trailer full of these moments where you have the shield bearer sort of going up and protecting an ally right after they make their move and so on and so forth. Just being able to sort of bring I mean, that moment in the trailer is already present inside of the game, but being able to sort of have this insurgency that seems to be going on in the story, being able to have that reflected inside of the missions, I think is really neat. And obviously being able to just play a mech game where you have a little bit more strategic variation, where you're sort of deciding, what, this thing ultimately isn't worth it. The Battletech game sort of ran into this where you could abandon your contract and you'd lose reputation, but you maybe wouldn't necessarily lose your best pilots. All this sort of stuff is kind of fun. But let's think about what we're running into ourselves. So we've got 5 turns before we can consider running. I believe this is the retreat zone. And we've got a sniper, which is going to be creative, let's say, because we've got our own sniper rifle that I want to use. This fellow's rocking an autocannon, so we don't need to worry too much about them. I was originally going to try and run the melee unit right up the streets and take this guy out, but it's actually better for me to try and go the other way around. So I should have the melee unit sort of running into these regions. We have got a submachine gun, so that thing's going to be pretty tough at short range. And a medium handgun and a shield. So the medium handgun is probably the one that I'm the least worried about. And that's going to be targeting my sniper. So for starters, let's. So I want to try and move my melee unit in such a way that they're able to dodge any damage from the tank. So let's move my guy up through here. Now my favorite would be if I can somehow pull off a melee strike. Yeah. Medium handgun is probably... Well, you know what? Let's just take a look and see how much per volley this thing does. So... 360 versus the submachine gun. No, sorry, submachine gun was 229. Yeah, so the submachine gun is sort of the more deadly of the two. So this unit is sort of public enemy number one. Now, if I can shorten the distance on the attack, that works best for me, just heat-wise, but realistically, I don't have a whole lot of hope at being able to actually do that. This is encouraging. So we swipe at this guy. Now, my usual approach has sort of been to sort of spin around and hit him a second time. The only thing that makes me a little nervous is that this will probably leave me vulnerable to a second attack next turn. I think that's a risk I'm willing to take in this situation. My justification for doing so is that I have a couple of allies who are going to be able to provide me some cover. All right, so I'm just putting down this attack here to get an idea of what my range looks like. So again, the enemy's not really committing anything. The best thing I can do with my sniper right now is get them out of harm's way and get them to a position they'll be useful. If I do this, I don't think... Yeah, we're still waiting on the enemy to come in, so... This will have its own problems because the tank's gonna wind up moving beyond that range. But Bazooka update will be split into two parts for February and March, but I am looking forward to it. I don't think I asked you how you're doing, Night Vale. I said hello, but that's not the same as actually checking in on you and seeing how things are going. I'm going to do something a little unusual here with my assault rifle unit. Now, I don't have a lot of hope in terms of like doing anything too exciting with the shot. This is really just because I can. But I'm going to be firing as much as I can. And in the meantime, I'm actually going to move this unit behind the building. So the second one isn't useful then. Actually, you know what? I'm going to move a little bit further as well. I want to try and make sure that the the building's still in the way. Does it even make sense for me to try this? I mean, it's a really, really, really long shot. Yeah, like 21%. And I know I wind up generating heat if I do that. You know what? I think we're just gonna stay put. So I'll wait it out. Essentially, the idea here is just to try and spread the love. All right, too hot. And then, of course, we've got my shotgun. So this one I think I can afford to do a dash. Let's make sure our guys don't collide. They do, so I'm going to have to slightly adjust. You do not want this guy dashing into you. All right, and what I'm really trying to do here is set up the shield and sort of defend my ally. I've been kind of crummy at this the last couple of times we tried. But I figure it's kind of worth the attempt. Don't confirm the removal. Okay, so shield up, body in front. Okay, that timing works pretty well. And I kind of get my pick of the two targets at the end of that turn. I'm feeling a little bit, but I'm sorry you're feeling meh today. The project, I actually did have a setback on that, so I lost a bunch of work, which means I'm behind again. But I probably have 4 major, really interesting projects to work on, and it's going to be tough to combine with my day job. But I'm really excited about some of this stuff. There's a couple of things where I think I had an idea that might kind of crack open an interesting problem for sort of measuring. This will be something that would hopefully be helpful for independent game developers in terms of being able to, if not forecast sales, at least get a bit of a picture in terms of where they're going, specifically in terms of people's responses to prices. But it does rely on a couple of details about how Steam works, which I'm going to need to ask experts about. The one problem with questions like the one that I have is I have Google as much as, I know how to Google as much as the next guy. It actually just occurred to me that there is going to be a bit of you know what, screw it. I'm a big boy. I can handle a little burning. Yeah, I have Google as much as the next person, so whenever I put stuff like that out on Twitter, I'm always really grateful that people want to help, but I will very often get the, well, I kind of think, but I don't know sort of answers, and those are well-meaning, but they're actually really hard for me to work with because, it matters that the answer be kind of correct. I'm a little worried about where I'm finishing that move. Maybe I'll just move slightly to the left that way. But assuming that a couple of things hold true about Steam, there might be a way for me to get an idea in terms of how people respond to prices, which might be able to give people an idea about how how they can position their sales in such a way that that they have the most impact. But again, like, this is an unfamiliar territory for me. I know how to work with data, but the particulars of working with Steam data and knowing what those certain variables mean can be a little bit of a challenge. So, oh hey, Brace Yourself Games. This is, I'm assuming, Maddie, and we've got is it Dionysman? That's a very clever name. I'm sorry, guys. Night Valian was asking me about the project. Wonderful to see all of you again. For those of you who do not know, Brace Yourself Games has their own Twitch channel. In fact, I believe there's a regular Monday stream. There's also some regular Phantom Brigade. I'm just enjoying this new patch, so I should probably take my first turn already. But for those of you that cannot get enough of this game, there's a bunch of very cool people from Vancouver, a city I miss tremendously, who are working on these great games, and they will be very open about sort of what goes into making them, and responding to chat. I've had a lot of fun interacting with it. And over Christmas they did Twitch Plays Crypt of the Necrodancer. They've succeeded in getting further in that game than I ever have as Twitch chat. So a bunch of wonderful folks. Let's enjoy round one of the hit and run update. All right, just a little chip damage. Cool, so that guy's weapon is taken out. He should be ejecting this turn. This guy has been tripped over. But where... Okay, so their revenge will be on my melee unit, who is currently burning up, and it looks like the sniper dislikes them as well. That's actually going to be a pretty early attack, so I should... Oh, you know what? I'm in the perfect range. Oh, this is going to be bad. Okay, so I'm in the perfect range for this sniper. I'm going to be finishing my melee attack. There's nothing I can do to avoid it. I am interested, though, where the secondary... Okay, so everybody hates my melee unit. So assuming that they don't get completely clobbered on the start, I am also going to have to deal with the fact that there's a submachine gun with this guy's name on it. It's probably not a bad little hidey hole for me to run into. What I can sort of do as a secondary protection. Well, there's two approaches I can take on this, actually. So one is to say I'm going to, run in front and say pick on someone your own size, which seems to be the more sensible of the two paths. Maybe I'll just run into them to show them who's boss. The other approach, of course, is to just blow them away with the shotgun. Now, these are not mutually exclusive. I can sort of do that whenever I'll get them in the optimal slot. I think we'll see where things are afterwards. I could do another shotgun, but of course the problem we ran into here, in addition to overheating, is I've committed myself to an action that I can't defend against with the melee unit. So this, by the way, I've been trying to think of some examples of where, even though you have perfect knowledge of what's about to happen, that is not necessarily going to be something that makes the game trivial. Like, this is a great example of it. You can definitely build yourself into situations where you're in a lot of trouble, and the AI will take advantage of it for sure. So the AI is a little bit better at planning than I am. So let's get my... Okay, I can get him on a roof, but is that going to keep me from getting an effective shot? I don't really think physics works that way. But I think if I wait too long... Well... I wonder if I can get away with two of these. Not if I don't want to burn up. Okay, I think I'll wait until they're clear. And if I want to do sniper versus sniper, I'm going to have to wait it out. So I don't exactly want to have my own sniper too close to that tank because... Sorry, I'm trying to get the precise timing on the weight. Close enough. I don't necessarily want to get my sniper too close to that tank because the autocannon is going to be something that can cause me some grief. On the other hand, assuming that my melee unit doesn't get too dinged up, they should be able to run around the building and take this thing out. At the very least, they'll be able to make it crash with a melee attack. So I suppose, as long as I don't move... do you ever stop firing? Just at the tail end, so about 4.5 seconds. So I will face the... So I'll face the attacks just in case the shield doesn't do what it's supposed to, and we'll start moving... I could be opening myself up to a bit of a risk there, because you take a look at the enemy sniper unit. Actually, that might be an interesting idea. I wonder if you had like a over-the-shoulder camera option, you could sort of see the perspective of the enemy. Yeah, if you kind of get an idea in terms of what the line of sight looks like, it's a narrow one. I don't think I'll try not to lose too much sleep over it. Again, this person's ejecting, so we don't need to worry too much about that. That leaves the sort of my rifle friend. All right, too hot. So I need to be a little precise on the timing here. I might wind up hurting my own guy, but it's going to look super impressive if... Oh wait, I don't need to be that reckless. So we run around the edge, and there's no danger to my ally. And it's not ideal that I have to sort of wait so much in terms of moving around. But one small edge that it does give me is I'm able to attack them from behind. So even though this isn't really in the optimal range, unfortunately my own guy moves into place. I probably could do this better, but... Oh yeah, actually, no. I know how I want to play this instead. So that shoots the mountain, that shoots into my ally. Yeah, I don't really have any other options there. So instead, I'll just kind of do these Hail Mary shots at the enemy sniper. We did do a little bit of damage. I'm not expecting the world, but this unit doesn't really have anything else to attack. And seeing as we're at the limit of our heat, in this case here, I'm doing it because I can. Like, my heat's going to be where I want it in the end. Now, I am putting myself in a little bit of risk where they, I'm kind of in an open area, so they may retaliate with a sniper shot. But I do have a couple of other people in position for the next phase. Actually, that just occurred to me. I didn't really come up with a full plan about how I was going to handle. So I get my shot off on the tank, but my sniper's otherwise idle. I want to see the cone again. This hill might be a little too far. I'm going for it anyway. The real worry here is that the tank's going to cause a problem, but if they go after the sniper, then that just leaves the melee unit open. So I think this should settle things for us. No slow motion on this one because it's a pretty standard turn. Actually, maybe slow motion at the start just so I can see the fate of my melee unit, but everything else I think we can afford to speed up a little bit. Also, slow-mo lets me enjoy some of this coffee that I made for the stream. Scary. Great escape. Oh man, this is so exciting to watch. Just to see my melee unit escape the hits. Okay, so I'm doing too much damage to this unit now. Their right arm's down, so they're going to eject. Looks like they're stuck again. It's so good. Like, if there weren't the DMCA worries, I'd probably be playing the Chariots of Fire theme over every single second of slow-mo. The other thing that's great too, I don't know if this will be coming in the controller support, but I know I don't play with a gamepad a lot. That sniper shot, by the way, caused this guy to crash, so that's good news for us. They're going to be stuck into position. But for Stellaris, they had a console option where you could enable the gamepad, and what you could get were these really nice, smooth camera movements. So, you know, you could kind of swoop in on something like this. You know, you could see somebody doing the attack and then turn around and move up to see what was going on. This is fun to see in the background. Yeah, just, you know, the slow-mo, especially for the game like this where there's just so much love and detail put into all the animations, it really pays off. No, so the thing is too much damage. I gotta see if I can get a clip of the back, because I think, like, while I was busy focusing on this guy, if I'm not mistaken, you got to see that initial impact. So, like, I'm busy talking about something unrelated, and out of nowhere, you just see this enemy unit launch up into the sky. Anyways, they're going to be ejecting, so assuming that they're still around. That cost us quite a bit. I'm assuming most of that upper torso damage is actually from me just crashing into the bad guys. But let's focus on the task at hand. So, sort of as predicted, we're going across an open field, and so that's a perfect opportunity for the sniper to take their revenge. However, they're running into the same problem that I sometimes do, which is when you're finishing an attack at the end of one turn, your enemy gets a chance to sort of retaliate and focus on, essentially take advantage of actions that you've already committed yourself to. So one of the highest priorities for Foxtrot this turn is going to be to close the distance and just open fire as quickly as possible. Like the ideal move, actually, you know what? Let's just do it this way. The ideal move is to basically run while firing the gun behind cover. Second best is if I can get a point where... yeah, I have a little bit of slack in that time. If I can cover the distance in such a way that the time it takes me to get to safety covers. So we've got sort of this ideal targeting area, plus high ground, which I'm assuming is going... Everything else is modeled in this game, so it's... Actually, tell you what, guys. Does anybody here not know what the Chariots of Fire theme sounds like? I'm not going to play it on stream, but I will give you a link. I think if I had a third one, we burn up. Yeah, so that's pretty much how I would want it anyway, right? They're moving up, they're already in an optimal spot. The only other thing, I mean, my head is kind of peeking up over the top of the building, so there might still be some danger there. But overall, it's hard to say that I'm in a particularly dangerous position. Okay, collision and strike. This might be one for the light weapon. So the question now is, am I able to deliver this thing before before their attack happens? Okay, so we run in, hit. Doesn't really show me the impact though. Okay, I'm going to run on the assumption that this thing works. I am, however, going to reposition my sniper just in case. So we'll wait this out a little bit. Second attack starts at just about the 5 second, well, a little into the 4. Okay. I'm not exactly looking for precision here, but I'd prefer to avoid hitting mountains if I can. I'll admit I'm not super optimistic about this one though. You know what? I feel like a bit of a coward doing this, but if I run it this way, so walk over the hill, yeah, they wind up shooting into the side of a building, and then I set myself up for a sniper shot into the, actually, you know what? It's not a perfect range, but it's a good shot to the back. It's a good shot to the back that is going through the building, though. So I'll just leave that in peace. And what I'll do instead is I'll run my bruiser up. That should probably compensate for what I wanted to do instead. All right, so let's think about probably the most dramatic shot will be to watch what's happening over here. Let's see if we can get like a really good frame. So there's one of two ways that I can go, which is we could focus on, you know, the run and the shot, and then open up to, yeah, okay, let's try and do that. This isn't going to be, so, you know, I'm working with a mouse and WASD and a little too much coffee, so this is not going to be the best cinematography, but I think one shot that would be really good is we start on the run. As they start their shot, we turn the attention so that we kind of get both enemies in frame, and then we can watch. I don't know, maybe like we would end. So yeah, if I were to try and set this up, what I'd probably do is I would start with the run. As they sort of aim their weapon, we sort of pull out so that you can see both the unit and the opponent. And then as they, you know, go and hide into their, you know, their safety point, you know, you sort of change it so that the focus is on the sniper and ideally the shot that they escape. So let's see how well we can pull that off in slow-mo. Don't expect the world out of this. Oh yeah, especially because there's going to be a little bit of lead in on that, so. Yeah, I can't get any closer, sadly, so we'll at least build it up with... So again, ideal would have been probably to... Oh, you know what, we can speed it up a little. I think there's a second attack coming, right? There it is. Okay, weapons drawn. Ricochets off the building. Let's take a quick peek and see the status of the... Okay, so we didn't touch that thing at all. That is a surprisingly sturdy unit. Okay, so first things first, looks like they are... Okay, so priority number 1 is still to finish up on this guy. This gives me an opportunity for round 2 with my melee unit. I'm mostly doing this because I really don't see how I can get the melee unit in the area and doing anything useful in time. Oh, you know what? I don't quite have the maneuverability I need. And I think it's going to tell me 2 different heights if I try it this way. Yep. So unless I want to wind up in range, I think I gotta walk around the edge. Oh, but by then they're going to be attacking me. I better be pretty confident that this thing's going to knock it out. Okay, so we wait out the attack. So one thing I might be able to do to help my case a little bit is if I move up. It's not a great shot. What kind of a shot do I have on the enemy, though? They're way too far away to be useful. So, I think my second best to deal with here. I need to close the... Okay, so the main point is to close the gap with the enemy sniper. While I'm moving, this is more about throwing out whatever damage I can rather than being good at it. Oh, you know what? Looks like the... Yeah, so the melee unit's in the way after that. Okay. This is going to be very embarrassing if we don't take out this unit. Following that... I think I'll hide behind the wall just in case. Alright, so this guy is going to try his revenge on my... It's actually not a bad move because I'm not sure there's a whole lot of security. So theoretically I could try and hide behind this building, but they get their shot. I could also try a dash and then a move. You know, I bet I would duck behind just in time. So let's try it. And the best would be if I can get behind this enemy unit. Oh, that's depressing. Yeah, I'm not doing that. This is really about just taking whatever shots I can against that unit. I am trying to position myself so that I can get a shot into their back, though. Everything else is just sort of a nice to have. Yeah, so that's too hot, so we change it up a little bit. And of course, they're not going to be firing on my shield bearer forever. Okay, so if I do that, I'm just a little worried that I'm not leaving enough of a window open for the shot. Nope. Okay. This one I don't think I'm going to do slow motion just so that we can see it play out. I'm particularly interested in what happens in the tank. Okay, they still got tagged. Okay, not enough damage. I think I got the worst of that. And lower body and right arm is down, but they're still in the fight. So this is really going to be about riding the heat as much as I can. Actually, yeah, I'm just going to stand my ground here. At this point, I think I'm just abandoning any hopes of scrap. We'll let him have it. This unit's going to be focusing on my... Okay, so because they're going to be focusing on my melee unit, they're just going to stay put. And what I'll do instead, there's no point in crossing the distance for the... for the sniper shot, so we'll just kind of unload as much as we can into this tank. I really do like how the timeline sort of adjusts for the heat levels, but I'm very simple-minded when it comes to a lot of this stuff. I tend to just sort of experiment and see where it lands. So again, sorry there won't be more slow-mo on this one. Well, I might slow it down when everybody starts piling in on this guy. That'll be the compromise. Alright, he's down. There is not a lot left on that guy. That was fun. Alright, victory! All hostiles eliminated. Site under control. Congratulations, you now have control of the site and may see hope rise in the region. 25-second duration, 885 damage taken. Probably half of that came from ourselves. 4,485 inflicted. No units lost, no subsystems detected on site. 75 actions planned, 1,352 meters traveled. 2 units destroyed, no parts on site. 127 supplies. We got a Nox Heavy, level 8, hydraulics, a couple of Asgards. The SMG might be something I pick up. I have a feeling, though, for a lot of these body parts, these are probably not going to be too special as far as the... Well, nope, that's a rare... Or sorry, an uncommon body part, so that may still help us out. Alright, you may dispatch a salvage team to this site to recover any usable parts and supplies. However, the mobile base will need to remain stationary with them. So we will hit salvage here. Oh, nice. So this is, I think, what they were talking about quality of life-wise, which is they automatically start your repairs. And it also looks like there are differences in terms of the level of repair. So notice how Behemoth is at 23%. Whereas the other two are at 3. So, like, basically, there's going to be different times for the repairs. So in this case, you're not spending the same amount of time repairing somebody who had a scratch on the paint as opposed to someone who lost multiple limbs. At least that's how I'm reading that. Now let's get a quick read. So I think we were going to go to Balakin after this. It actually complicates it a little bit in terms of how I'm going to move, but I think probably what I'll do is I'll head up along this line, then we'll double back, we'll take out the army base and the village, and then that'll give us a nice straight line, or I guess a straight line to Narvik. Part of the planning, I mean, the game will throw stuff at me which makes me want to change my movements. For instance, patrol squad. The 336th Army unit is now tracked. Okay, so we'll just move there instead. A lot of activity, actually. But basically, most of my movements, at least between districts, are going to be kind of geared towards maximizing the amount of coverage with my radar. A hostile squad is target locked at the base, and combat is imminent. Your driver tells you that if you're not prepared to face the enemy, you may be able to execute an emergency retreat. Otherwise, your pilots will need to fight. Suit up. And let's take a quick look at. Let's see, we've got a 5.8, 6.3, 5.7, 5.7. Okay, so Sleipnir will be the first one. It's probably unlikely that I'm going to put that Nox heavy body on them, but let's see what we've got. So it's basically the argument for this would be the heat capacity, but I'm not convinced by that. Left item, we don't need the shield. We don't need the shotgun. And we're currently running hydraulics. Well, we also got excellent hydraulics. I mean, sure, it's a higher number, but that doesn't really change anything, I don't think. So that was pretty straightforward. The other ones I may actually see some improvements, though. So the Lance is the big one. So it's currently rocking a Nox Heavy. This one might be better overall. So the one thing I want to keep in mind here is that my current Nox Heavy is got the overdrive system running on it. So let's just give it a standard core so it's a little bit more of an apples to apples comparison. There is still a problem with the mass, which surprises me a little bit. Better heat dissipation, lower heat capacity. Is that true? This thing currently has a speed of 1249. Let's just see what happens if I switch it to overdrive. 1299. Oh, and I don't have the overdrive anymore. Yeah, so the big problem I have with this Nox is how much slower my unit is. Oh, that's right. There was also the question of the capacitor. I think I can live with the capacitor for now. I'll give it a shot, but I am a little bit worried about how slow this unit is compared to the Allies. Gave it a regenerator, so I'm fine with that. Nothing too exciting for... Yeah, we've already gone over all of these other outfits. I do also need to make sure that the weight is what it still needs to be, but we did just make this thing heavier, so I wouldn't be surprised if I mean, I could probably monkey around a little bit with some of the settings to try and make it a bit faster with some other lighter components, but I'll see what happens when I have a slower moving Lance. We can always go back to the old setup. The Behemoth is up next. Doesn't quite, I mean, the name doesn't quite hold as it did before, but I'm actually pretty happy with how this thing is working right now. The only thing I'd probably want to put on it would be some new arms. Those are all gray, though. Okay. I actually think it's fair to say none of these are going to be useful to me here. And the reasoning behind that is they're like, I already know they're all gray, so they're okay. This is interesting. So we freed the defector, but it doesn't seem to have given us an extra pilot. So I'm curious what that event gives us. It might be something that we see later on as well. Okay, I'm not going to worry about the rest of the items. They're not ones that are directly relevant to my current situation. Rebel unit sighted, requesting immediate reinforcements. Let's make this quick. So new wave comes on turn 3, but we're only up against 2 enemies right now. Now chances are they're going to be like mechs and tough ones, but nope, only 1 mech. And one with a sniper rifle, no less. So basically, as long as the one who's targeted by the sniper rifle sort of runs for cover, the rest of us kind of get to go in and eat this thing alive. Looks like the tank's running an autocannon, so the best I could hope for... Oh man, this is really good. So I don't think I can do 2 in a row. Yeah, it's a little optimistic. I think I'm willing to risk the... I know that's a bit of a loss overall. So I'll just stand for the first shot. I'm pretty sure 2 of these things are going to be enough to take it out. The question is, how far away do I need to be for the second shot? That'll do the trick. Now the real fun's going to be if I can get a third one. Oh, it's so close. That's not a good spot for it. Well, no, but I can position myself so that it's a better shot. Just out of range, but it's so tempting. I gotta at least try it. That's really a nice to have. I don't actually expect a whole lot to happen out of that. Okay, now this is a bit of a dilemma, so I'm curious if I can just tuck my my melee unit away over here. Okay, so they move... Yeah! Tee-hee, they can't see me here. I really should have accounted for the rising terrain. Okay, maybe a dash over to these hills. It's not ideal, but I think it's about as good as I'm going to be able to get for cover in this opening position. Hide behind the one tree. I will admit, Nivelle, I would be very curious to see how you'd handle this game. Something tells me you would be very good at it and enjoy it. Okay, at this I've learned my lesson about the different height message, so I'll try walking around. Well, if I try walking around the edge, I probably get caught in the crossfire. Alright, the thing that worries me the most about this is that I'm probably wide open for a sniper shot on the next round. So I'm still going to try it, but I'm going to try it in such a way that I allow myself to sort of close the distance with this guy a little bit more. And the auto... So basically the autocannon here wants to make me miserable, so I'm going to try... Okay, so I run across. Nothing to worry about from the Okay, good. So basically my plan here is that I'm moving my the unit with the assault rifle sort of around the edge, so the autocannon isn't much of a threat. And they get to sort of fire at their leisure, so I might want to hold off just while my guys are crossing. Again, the whole idea behind this is not so much that I think this is going to be a particularly effective way to damage enemies. It's just I happen to have the heat and the ability. And, of course, now we've closed the gap enough that I should be able to do some meaningful damage. In fact, I think I'll double up the bullets here just because it's a little bit of a better combo. And then I believe my lance is wide open for opportunities. So the question there is, do I want to move him around the side and hit the... yep, and this is exactly what I was worried about with the speed thing. Okay, so... ideally, I do not crash into my own units. Okay, so move. Dash just in time for the sniper rifle, and that is going to look cool as hell. I'm curious if... not too hot. All right, that's fine. I'll live with what I've got there. Your strategy in these games is usually sniping everything and then dealing with whatever remains. I've actually struggled a little bit with sniping strategies just because the initial placement usually isn't ideal for the sniper, and I spend a lot of time moving them into position rather than doing damage. I'm very partial to the assault rifle just because it lets me move around and do that extra damage. But here, I know it's an initial move, but we'll do it in slow-mo just because it looks so cool. Although, pro cinematography or blocking... Oh no! I spent so much time looking at everybody's movements except for my melee guy who I tagged in the back. This is gonna suck for the melee strike too. Okay, do they get hit? Nope, that goes straight into the... So there should be a shot that goes off right after the dash completes. Threading the needle. You know, that was a stationary target. Alright, so that thing's completely immobilized, but we're still going to need to deliver the killing blow. I have a particular knack for blocking my own units with trees in the shots. So I didn't wind up doing that much damage to the sniper in the end. Hey, Delphus. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, so I don't have much to fear. I mean, in the end, the sniper's probably going to be sufficient for dealing with that guy. The problem is that... Oh no, they're throwing up their shield. Convenient. Okay, this works for me pretty well. So first things first, let's... Oh, they're just out of range. All right. Well, I have some free movement with this guy anyway, so. And that's all that they're going to do. Well, no, sorry. There's one other thing that I want them to do. That didn't protect my melee unit, so why do I think it's going to... I'll just get them to walk back on their hill. I suppose I should hope that the enemy sort of comes from this area. So the thing I want to do... I want to make sure that by the 1 second mark... Oh, that's really clever. Okay, so basically by the 1 second mark, I want to make sure... So they're going right up to the edge. The ideal here is that I move... see, this is where the slow speed on the lance really hurts me. Okay. This thing is weight 2, so if there is a contest for... Yeah, the heat's too high. Okay. So basically what I want to do... come on. What I want to do here is I want to try and direct where that shield is pointing. So I'm moving around the edge. We know that the shield is going to be pointing this way when the time comes. In the meantime... I get to open up with my shotgun about as close to the back of that unit as I can pull off. The direction towards... So the backwards direction sort of stops at the 2.5 second mark. Yeah, so I'm kind of already done at that point. And I don't recall who they're shooting afterwards. Looks like they're coming after my guy. So we'll say once the... So the 2.5 second mark is when I can have my revenge. And of course, now that I'm here, I can sort of afford to walk back a little bit and get in my ideal range. I'm sure I can do better than that. Now, one thing that's not great about this placement is that the yeah, the reinforcements are going to be arriving fairly soon, and like I could not be further when it comes to this map. So, like when you look at it, I don't actually, like, all my people are concentrated in one area. We still haven't actually taken a unit out yet. But I don't know, I feel reasonably secure in the current position. I'm going to hide behind this hill just because... Actually, maybe I can... Yeah, so we move. I'm a little nervous that they might get tagged as they go over the hill, but... So if I dash, this is more about positioning the, yeah, I can't get behind that in time. Mind you, their attack starts at the beginning of that turn, and I sort of expect them to be taken out, so we should be fine. And effectively here, if you take a look at what the, what Foxtrot's doing, oh, actually I haven't quite figured that out yet. So we will wait in position. Their attack comes at almost exactly at the 5 second mark. I don't think I'm going to be able to get an additional attack in without overheating. So what I should do here is once my attacks are finished, that sort of maximizes the expected damage. Should ideally try I mean, the high ground is probably going to be a bit of a problem, but I'll try and get myself into at least some kind of cover against the sniper shot. And here, I think I'm going to do it at full speed. Sierra 2 on the field. What's taking you so long? Surround them and finish them off. So, this guy's going to eject now. I don't think I can get away with a second dash, but yeah. So I really am sort of feeling the pain of having a slow lance now. I got to think a bit about how I'm gonna factor that in, or I got to think about how I'm gonna make that that work in the overall plan. Now again, I want to do the same thing as I've normally done with my rifle, which is where possible, I just fire the thing at, you know, whatever the most opportune target is. It's a little worrying here because I'm going to be running up the heat so close to the actual engagement. Also, finishing here, it's possible I may wind up in a situation where I want to go back down that hill. And I'm just really not in a position to dodge whatever's coming after me. But I do need to commit to some kind of an approach. So my melee unit can't really attack anything in the initial turn. I think I'm gonna hide them behind the hill. It's something of a passive move. It's also possible that this unit will wind up attacking them at the start of next turn, but I can just sort of move around the... Well, you know what? That's not the best defense, but... I don't know. It's a half measure, but I don't see any benefit to me just going into the middle of this wide open area and having 3 units attack me. So... This would be an extremely optimistic approach. I think I'm more likely to damage one of my own people that way. So the last question here is, was this a good place to put my... Oh, that was a good place to put them. I want to make sure that they're on the ground just in case something funny happens with the way the attacks work. But here I basically want to do the maximum number of snipes. And again, the danger here is that I'm leaving myself open to these 2 units, which are largely untouched. But I think being able to get sort of 2 really good sniper shots on the mech that's arriving, if nothing else, we can sort of play, we can play pinball with the tanks afterwards. Alright, so we already took off their arm. Didn't seem to do anything else, but... Commander, the base is circle around to the perimeter. We're ready to pick the squad up if needed. Yeah, I don't really think we're going to need that retreat. This eject's already happening. Alright, so let's see, we've got a cannon. Okay, it's 2 cannons, so we're not too scared of them if they if we can get them at close range. I'm thinking what I could try here with my lance. Alright, so yeah, they're focused on my melee unit. I wonder if I can just do a full-on retreat. Yep, that's gonna keep them safe. And actually that final position's not so great for the shotgun. So I wanted that firing as early as possible and then as frequently as I can, although I think I'm going to have to... Yeah, I'm going to have to commit to something not so good after. So what I could do here, I can wait out the... I don't need to worry so much about the sway from distance, but there's no real point in moving. So I can probably do something like this. Nope, they're not where they need to be. So basically, because I need to deal with heat, I'm just taking advantage of the moment and repositioning. It's still not a great shot, but so I get 2 shotgun shots on this guy. I suppose there's a question in terms of, oh yeah, that's a possibility. Means I have to give up this move, but I can accept that. I don't think I'm doing enough to take this unit out, but I do have 1 more unit to help out, I think. Where'd he go? Oh my goodness. It's okay, so that's not the shotgun unit. Oh boy. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. So basically, because this is a great effect in the game, by the way, but like you can sort of see how there's the rippling and the, you can see how this thing's overheating. Just because of the coloring, I thought it was my wonderful blueberry design. I thought that was making really good time. Okay, that complicates things a bit, but... On the other hand, there's a couple of other things that this does that gives me a little bit of a... I'm not really comfortable with moving... It's gonna need some finesse for sure. Basically, I want a constant stream of damage on this thing as much as I can. And unfortunately there... Wait a minute. Yeah, that angle doesn't work. Alright. I think I'm just going to have to keep him standing there. Entire day trying to download Doom Eternal, somehow decided to stop. Oh! That's a shame, Night Valley. Didn't you finish Doom Eternal, though? Or did you just want to play it again? Alright. I'm going to do slow-mo on this just so we can watch the ballet. Maybe we'll speed it up a little bit for the start. It's kind of funny to see the bullets ricochet off the grass. So shield's already down. I am a bit lucky that I'm being affected by the exact same thing that's so both of us are firing bullets into the ground. So this should be a clearer shot on them. Shotgun should be coming up, and then there should be a sniper hit. We didn't actually manage to pull... Oh, wait, no, we were attacking this guy. So I think this next one's going to hit the tank. Can't really see the target, but... Cool. Oh, and this guy's going to eject next turn. I didn't realize we took out both arms. Victory! All hostiles eliminated. Site under control. So 25-second battle, 189 damage taken, 5,138 inflicted, no units lost, no subsystems detected on site, 65 actions planned, 1 kilometer and change traveled, 3 units destroyed, 138 supplies on site. Fairly intact enemies. I don't really think I'm going to wind up using most of this stuff. I always say that, and then all of a sudden I've got these level 8 uncommons. So there might be some promise with the shield. The Nox bodies are kind of hit or miss. But yes, we will salvage, and looks like the Sleipnir, which I believe got hit by my sniper rifle. So the only damage we need to repair, I believe, was a result of friendly fire. I'd love to do more, but right now we're just waiting on the... So we're already repaired. We were just doing the salvage, so suit up. Thank you, Night Valiant. Oh yeah, I should have checked with those new parts. That's fine. I'll check them out next time. It probably won't give me the... It may not give me the new parts signal, but I should be able to work it out. So, this looks very similar to the last battle. Sniper rifle and a heavy handgun and a cannon. So this is a bit scary as a long-range fight. The real question is, who do they hate? Ooh, okay. 1 on the sniper, 1 on the shield bearer. And I am a little worried about the speed of that unit. Alright, well, it's not ideal, but... So as a start, if I just did a shot on the enemy like that... That's not the right way. Let's say I tried something like that. Well, I could, but that opens me up to the counterattack. So let's say I was more interested in survivability. So I run up. I'm in cover in time for their shot. Let's say I moved over here. Okay, that, first of all, that burns me up. Second of all, that brings me into danger. It's dicey, but I think it's worth trying. Now this cannon, the thing about the cannon coming after me is if I want to try and go from cover to cover, you know what? Maybe it's better that I just accept my fate on this one. Okay, so that's I'm penciling that in as a move right now because it could be that my my lance winds up getting in the way of all my other units. If I want to move Hermes in, well, so far it's not a problem. Again, the aim here is just trying to throw out whatever shots I can of opportunity. So if I did that at the very start, I probably hit my own guys. So let's move that up. So I could try a first round like that. Too close to... Okay, so it's really doubling up over on this side here. That probably doesn't leave me a lot of opportunities to hit a real target. Yeah, so... Again, these are more because I can rather than being ideal hits. And I do have one small advantage, which is my melee unit's not really the target of anything this round. So as long as I'm not too... As long as I'm not too reckless, I should be able to get into position for a good strike. So the nice thing about this one is even if these folks do try something in terms of an attack on me, most of their weapons are not very effective at the close range. So I should be able to get by with... this will actually be very stylish, the way they show up as a trio at the end. But we'll watch this in normal speed just for the start. So a little chip damage. The really cool thing about that is we completely avoided damage from all sources on that turn, which is nice. So we were able to damage them, but they didn't do anything to us. Sniper. So their next target is the lance, so I'm going to make sure that the lance has their day in the sun. I guess as a precaution we'll set up the shield, but it'd be nice if I can finish them off beforehand. I'm not even going to move them on this one. Okay, different height is going to be... I think that's going to be sort of a perennial problem, but we should be able to make something out of this. I'm very nervous about this, but I also see some potential. So if I follow up with an immediate short strike... No, I can't because it's too hot. So walk it off a little bit. Like if I try a primary... If I try primary, I'm going to need to walk it off even more. Do I get the strike in time for the... Not... Yeah, that's a shame. Okay, so if I do short range, I can at least get the strike in. Alright, now I create a small problem for myself in that I'm now going to have to sort of avoid hitting my own people. I think I can thread that needle though. Well, I mean, as best as I can. There's definitely going to be some friendly fire, but what I'm kind of doing here is I'm sort of flipping my attention between... I'm sort of flipping my attention between the two targets. So as the as my melee unit makes its move on the as my melee unit sort of makes its move on the tank, I'm focusing on the sniper, and then as this, you know, as the melee's hitting the sniper, basically it's sort of switching off in terms of its in terms of its targets. My own sniper is completely untouched here, so ideally... there's not a lot of good shots. Yeah, they're not too useless. Or sorry, they're not too useful this turn. What if I put them on top of something? All right, so quite what I was planning on doing, but you know what? That's going to work as well. It'll have to do. So you'll watch the ever stylish melee unit, and I'm really hoping they do not take a face full of shotgun. Hey, what for useful is bullet sponge to get a sniper? What? Oh, yeah, I just hit my own guy twice. Fortunately, they did lose the right-hand side, though, so I don't think the sniper rifle is a threat anymore. I'm pretty sure I just threw that all of the plans on that tank out the window. Jesus Christ. Alright, well this thing, assuming it's still around, this is not a threat. What? That is one determined... I don't think I've ever liked a job long enough to show the kind of work ethic this guy is displaying. I have devastated my own guy with friendly fire, but that's life. I should be celebrating with my sniper, but I really don't have... They're not in a great spot for anything right now. So let's... If I put them on the rooftop... Okay, nope, they'll burn up, so... Well, it could be worse. I wonder if I can get a quick shot off on... It's enough for me to take the risk. All right, I'm cooking a little bit here. My preference would be to start focusing on enemy units. The risk is that I am going in sort of into the long range of a cannon. Again, I'm sort of stuck trying to think of the best way of handling this. You know what? After the strike, we're just going to move in to finish off the rest of the bad guys. Yeah, that guy's down. I'm still doing friendly fire. Commander, the base is circled round to the perimeter. We're ready to pick up the squad if needed. All right. So it looks like there is a lot of hate on Hermes right now. And looks like... Ooh, there's a nasty heavy shotgun attack coming in. So the question right now is, can I get the melee strike before the shotgun goes off? Not with the large weapon. Ugh! The large weapon would be ideal because that would be the sort of thing that can sort of stop the enemy in their tracks. I think it's better that I... Yeah, so I'm going to hide behind the hill. So I'm kind of taking advantage of the fact that the enemy units are focusing so much on this unit that's protected, and I want to try and get my revenge by sort of creeping around the hill and poking the other guy. I might take a little bit of damage from these units depending on the relative heights. I think it's a risk that's worth taking. I also didn't see the armament. So this guy's got a shotgun. This is a cannon and a cannon. So this is the bigger threat than this one, I think. But for now, I'm just gonna satisfy myself with a couple of light taps. And ideally, my sniper's gonna come in and do something exciting. What am I doing? Okay, so this is the ideal zone. They're going to be moving to the side. Oh! This is a concern. I'm walking right into the middle of that attack. So I took a little more damage than I should have there, but... Okay, so let's just see what this guy's up to. He's crashing, so he's only got a shotgun ready to go. Who does he shoot at the end of the turn? So he's going to be focusing on the assault rifle. This means there's an opportunity for my melee unit to come in and do what they do best. Theoretically do best. Okay, that works. And this one I'm just going to move him straight out of the zone. seems to me to make as much sense. Well, you know what? Both enemies are in the... You know what? I'll move the lance afterwards. It's probably better that I bring my sniper into play. So they are going to be focusing on... Okay, so I can start with a shotgun. Probably... So if I can't get that shield up by the 2-second mark, well... It's not perfect, but... So I gotta be a little thoughtful about my ally. Okay, so this tank should definitely be down by the end of this turn. I'm curious if I can get a second one of these off. I can. Okay. I hope that second attack... Yes, that second attack is focused on him. So really, the rest of the question is, how do I make the most of my assault? Okay. I'm trying to make sure that I do the movements to avoid catastrophe. Okay, so that's friendly fire. That's slightly less so, but maybe I want to space that out a little bit more. Yeah, that's the big problem. By waiting so long, I open myself up to the retaliation. But there, I'm safe. And the full run doesn't actually have... Oh, hang on, what am I doing? It's not even remotely close enough to where he needs to be safe. Okay, I'm just gonna replan this whole turn, because I clearly was not thinking. So if I just put him on the hill... Yeah, I did not need to be... I did not need to be very careful about that. About that turn. So we waited out at the top. And then we're home in time for safety. Cool. "25 seconds, 850 damage taken, 6,254 damage inflicted, no units lost, no subsystems detected on site." Sorry I wasn't describing quite as much as I kind of got lost in my own head for a little bit of that, but about a kilometer moved, 5 units destroyed, no parts, 122 supplies. Yeah, it was surprisingly easy. That sniper rifle might be something we equip. But I definitely need to make sure that I take the time to look at my new parts before the next battle, because I sort of ignored. Oh, wait a minute! I don't think we were done salvaging, so I don't think it will matter. I will be interested in the Outpost raid, because I think that's going to be one where you can do a hit-and-run style mission, possibly. Alright. We'll now advance on Granite 71. Again, the plan is to take these 3 and then claim the last 2 cities. Alright, Assault. You can attempt to gain control of the structure by mounting an assault with your squad. And we will take the time to go over my units. I'm particularly interested in messing around with the lance to see if we can somehow give this thing a little more oomph. So right now we're looking at all right. So here's my question: if I throw this Nox body on, ah, damn it. Well, you know what? It doesn't matter quite so much. So the question is, do I still have the weight? Yes, I do still have the weight that I want. So in this case, I'm going to put the Nox body on, the Elbert? No, the Nox medium. The one thing I do need to change out, though, is the core. And right now it's got an improved heatsink. I think I liked the capacitor a little bit more on this one. So that gave me a much needed speed boost. It is a that is a fairly substantial sacrifice as far as integrity is concerned. We went from 980 to 897. But I think the difference, I think that is a good enough trade-off in terms of the just in terms of the getting that speed back up. It's already still one of my slowest mechs. All right, what's our new left item? The heavy handgun. Well, no, I'm still gonna have a shield on that. I really can't avoid that. Shotgun. There's no possible way that I will ever switch that one out. Actually, it's probably better that because I potentially missed a new batch of improvements. Let's just do the filter. We'll see whether or not. So 944 volley, 649 damage per second. The only thing I don't like about my current shotgun is that it does really take its time to deliver the payload, but this thing definitely has carried the day in more than a few engagements. So we've got an Asgard Heavy for the right arm. It's a fairly low level one compared to what we've currently got equipped. So right now it's sitting on a passive heatsink. This thing's sitting on a capacitor. So same mass. I'm a little curious about the power here. So passive heat sinks are worth their weight in gold. Let's give them a left scatter. That should be a pretty strict. Should be a strict improvement from the last arm. I'm trying to think of what. So, like, one of the few bits of feedback that I would have in my own experience is that I have definitely miscalculated the use of some of the parts that I have available, because the part that you have equipped. So like basically right now the stats for this particular part come from the fact that I've got a passive heatsink attached to it, and there are other improvements that I can put on it that will, that'll sort of change the overall the overall capability. And so what I've noticed is that I've wound up hanging on to some very old equipment simply because it's equipped with, something like, let's say, the passive. So like, let's say I've got a passive heatsink on a particular part. And essentially the problem that I'm seeing is that I can't find a part, like every other part that I try to equip has got a penalty to its heat dissipation, and let's say maybe the speed isn't quite as good because my power is lower. The fact of the matter is that I probably can get the difference. What that difference that I'm looking at is probably coming from is the fact that I've got the passive heatsink equipped on the part that I'm replacing. So there's a few different ways you could do the comparison, right? You could say, well, if you had this same loadout on the part, this is what you would get, but not all the parts are going to be the same. Like sometimes you're going to have an offensive subsystem and the part you want to replace it with is defensive subsystem. So you're not going to be able to do a direct comparison like that. The one thing that I think has caused me the most angst with the current system is that if I don't remove the spare part, so in this case the passive heatsink, off of the part I'm replacing, it seems to be that I wind up it's kind of lost. I need to actually go in and unequip the other parts, and so it's very easy for me to lose a lot of really good gear through those comparisons. So there's a few different ways, whether you do an apples to apples comparison or you hit the Alt key and it'll show you just the base stats without your modifications. There's a few different ways that you could sort of work around it, but the biggest problem with me is that with the information I'm being given about these parts right now, I'm making judgments about those parts when what I'm comparing, it's not accounting for the fact that there's actually some ways that I can manipulate those stats, and I wind up now that I know better, I'm able to go in and make those changes. But ultimately I wind up feeling like I sort of mess around a lot to try and juggle the different parts. And sometimes if I just want to experiment and see what different builds look like, it can feel like I'm not doing as much experimentation as I would if it was a little bit easier for those comparisons. But that could just be a me thing too. It's one of the reasons why I haven't actually written it out as feedback yet, because I'm trying to think. I know one of the things I don't want to do is, say, hey, here's the system you should implement, because let's face it, any recommendation I make is not going to be nearly as good as whatever the people who have spent, quite a bit of time thinking about the game. They have sort of an overall vision. But it would be nice if I could sort of articulate in clearer terms to say, this is what I feel when I'm looking at a set of stats, and here is the information that I would like instead. And, at that point, then they can say, okay, well, this is what our overall idea was. If I just say, I don't understand what the numbers mean, one, that's not true. And then number two, there's not a whole lot that you can follow through on that. So, okay, but I'm reasonably happy with where the lance is. As long as it's got its three bars, I'm pretty happy. And we've put this up to 6.3 levels, so it's one of my more numerically superior units. The Sleipnir is a little bit of a tricky one now. I think it's fair to say, I think I'm just going to take a look at all of the bodies as a whole. Ooh, this Elbrus is tempting. So we currently got an Ox medium. We'd be shaving off 160 integrity and some heat dissipation. Well, no, we get the heat dissipation back by equipping the heat sink, so... Oh, that's a defensive subsystem. Drat. So if I gave it basic plating. There's no real barrier on that body, so I don't think it means as much. I might change it back to the old loadout. So we're 1995 here, 2015. Oh god, yeah. I should have thought things through a little bit more. Okay, so really what I'm looking for here is mass and power. This is a kind of a tempting one because we've got, while the integrity is lower, we have, like, you can combine the integrity and the barrier, so that's going to be something like, what, 885, I think? Which is about 40 less than what I'm currently running with. The problem is that the mass is too high by comparison, and because it's a common body part, I can't equip it with any fancy doodads. And I think it's fair to say I'm kind of past the point where I want lower level body parts. So I'm gonna have to leave those be for now. Hey, Apocalypse! Folks, I don't get a chance to do this very often, but sorry, that sounds I did not mean that the way that sounded. I get, you know, I occasionally talk about Apocalypse, but I feel like I never get to. Why does my shoutout not? Well, speaking of custom bots, why the hell is Nightbot not doing this? Apocalypse is a very fun streamer who I got a chance to talk a bit about. So the first thing I'll say about Apocalypse, that is not just, like, it's not her only claim to fame, but it's one that I want to point out, is she is very good at visual novels. It's a genre that I've had a little difficulty getting into. And yet every single time Apocalypse has done one, everything from, like, I Love You, Colonel Sanders, to, oh god, I've got it wrong. Yeah, I'm not even going to try the name. Now, Apocalypse does a lot of other things. I actually, oddly enough, most of the times that I host her, she's on Teamfight Tactics. I think there's a bit of a hiatus going on with the Pointless Discourse podcast that she does with D-Pain. It is D-Pain actually stopped by, I think, on Friday, so this is the person I was talking about if you were there to visit. If you were around when I was singing both of their praises. But one way or the other, Apocalypse has definitely been a little bit like Night Valian. I'll actually try and get both people up again. So, okay, well, apparently you did something to anger Nightbot, Apocalypse. There we go. It doesn't, like, yeah. What did you just, like, did your payment to Nightbot bounce or something? Anyways, it's actually, so the two of them, I think what's kind of funny is I didn't necessarily find both streamers through a Kit Fox game, but Night Valian I found through Lucifer Within Us. And, you know, I've really enjoyed watching his broadcast, but I found Apocalypse under sort of similar circumstances in that she was streaming XCOM Chimera Squad when it came out. Sorry, I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. And again, it's just one of these things where, you know, you find somebody who's streaming a game that you're interested in, and you start sort of watching them a little bit more often. And as I mentioned, was kind enough to invite me to contribute on her podcast, at which point I proceeded to inflate the duration of the podcast by like an extra hour, and I felt very guilty about that. But I had a very good time with them, and hopefully they didn't get too many complaints. But the reason why I wanted to take the time to talk about Apocalypse, because of course Brace Yourself Games is Canadian, and they seem to know, I don't know quite the relationship between Brace Yourself Games and Kit Fox, but they do seem to know each other, at least the management of it seem to know each other quite well. And I know some of the Brace Yourself people who are in here were saying nice things about Kit Fox. But very privately, my secret wish for whenever this happens is to see Apocalypse cover Boyfriend Dungeon. Like, there is nothing more I want to see in my life than Apocalypse do this game, or do Boyfriend Dungeon. However, given that Apocalypse did do such a great job with XCOM Chimera Squad, I also kind of want to see her handle Phantom Brigade, but for different reasons. Either way, two very wonderful streamers, and Apocalypse I don't get to host as often as I like because the hours don't always work out. But it has always been a great pleasure to have her visit the channel or to stop by her own. Now, more importantly, how are you doing, Hop? Okay, so we've got our heatsink. Unless we have new swords, I don't see any reason to change. Only light blades? Oh, because it's a left item. Slight damage improvement, but a reduction in distance, so no dice there. Heavy sword. Oh yes, and for your love of anime, Apocalypse, or apparent love of anime at least, you get to have big swords and do very flashy moves in this game as well. So that's probably another big appeal. All right, so the line still slight reduction to damage and not so good. Okay, actually, so here's one reason why I might consider this line. Nope. I was thinking if it's rare, I might be able to equip it with some kind of an adjustment, but there aren't adjustments for that sword. So we make the same determination that we've always made. We keep the sword that we have. This Nox medium, I think the story will go if I can somehow find something with a better mass. Oh, that gyro is going to screw me, isn't it? Okay. Okay, that also has a gyro though, and it's still heavier. I mean, it's tempting. What's the sacrifice? That's not bad. Yeah, so that turns it into the exact same one. I'll put the old one on just for comparison, but I think I might be willing to sacrifice a little bit of the speed. God, that's an old part. Oh wait, it's hydraulics, not... Wait a minute. So this thing still has better heat dissipation even when I've got hydraulics on it, huh? Alright, so I think I might still wind up with this Nox medium. Yeah, the rest of the ones don't compel me, so let's say... basic reactor because I can. fresh cone of paint. So I think we might have sacrificed a little bit of speed. I'm not 100% sure, but that is a better part overall. So yeah, that's kind of an example of the dilemma I sometimes run into with the way it works. Because you can do these customizations, you need to sort of juggle your parts a little bit. I'm actually going to mess around in the inventory for a quick second just to see if there's another improvement I can get out of that. But let's focus on making my melee unit as melee-ish as I can. Okay, this thing's sitting on empty plating, so this is giving it a bit of a mass bonus, but it is also, it is also something, it's kind of weak. So the Helga Heavy is comparable, but I don't like that heat dissipation. Yeah, the rest of this isn't worth looking at. We've kind of gone over that a few times, and no point in checking out those legs. And we've already got excellent hydraulics on it. Okay, so that unit's accounted for. So we'll see if we can pull the behemoth above level 6. Again, like, I don't really care about the level 6 so much as what I'm able to do with my units. I am, however, going to take a quick minute here and say, okay, so all subsystems, all parts. So if I look at these, what I'm trying to see right now is whether or not I'm able to strip out like, let's say I got this Nox medium. Currently it's sitting on an improved heat sink. I want to see whether or not I'm able to, like, strip out the useful bits. Not really. Yeah, I don't know. It would be really nice if you could do the equivalent of, like, what XCOM does and say, make all inventory items available, let's say. And just to be able to put so excellent hydraulics are useless to me if they're on something like a level 3 Elbrus medium. And to have a button that lets me do that as opposed to sort of go into the mech customization screen, I feel like would be a nice improvement. Anyways, one quick look at Behemoth, see if we've unlocked any parts that might be helpful. Too heavy here. Although I guess this thing's sitting on heavy oh yeah, but it's the Blackbird body. That thing rocks. Maybe for the sake of argument, if we took that... Oh, but it's defensive systems, that's not going to work. Yeah, so you keep your Blackbird body. For items, this is its sidearm, so there might be something useful for me here. Not really. There was a new sniper rifle, so we may have some luck there. So we're currently working with the Midway, 561 in a volley, 277, and I particularly like the fact it's 2 shots. The dice gives a single shot, but unfortunately only 366 damage in volley. Yeah. It's got some nice features. The huge bonus to concussive damage is kind of nice, but in truth, we've really had a hard time knocking out pilots. I honestly think the ability to just take the rival mechs down through traditional means is probably better than my efforts to try and sneak up on them from behind. So I think we're going to keep with the Midway. No arms that I'm interested in, and I'm willing to guess we're in the same story with a lot of our legs. Alright, so the Behemoth is the only one that's not above level 6. Let's deploy. Sorry if you guys find the the building mechs part a little tedious, but I like it. Rebel unit sighted, requesting immediate reinforcements. Let's make this quick. So we got 3 contacts, and reinforcements arrive on turn 3. So 2 tanks and a mech. That mech is a light machine. Oh, it's been a while since we've gone up against a machine gun. That's going to be interesting. We've got a pair of cannons. Now I want to be very careful with how I handle this. So here's the thing I don't want to do with this unit. Something like this. Because notice how the gun goes in the wrong direction. If I just take my... What I want to try and do is like stare right down the barrel of that thing. Yeah. So we've got, you know, this enemy tank. They're going to open fire on my rifle unit. And all the while they're going to be hitting their ally in the back. That makes me feel pretty good. We'll work out what my revenge is. I mean, one of the things I might even be able to try as I move between is, you know, just take a few pot shots as I move between the 2 areas. Again, it's not like there's anything else that I'm going to really wind up doing during the round, so I might as well just get a little bit of fun. Okay, well, they will come into range. Just not quite at the time that I want. I'm gonna guess this is a little early for the... yeah. I'm slightly mad that I have to do it this way, but it does ultimately work, so... Now, this is a little more delicate, so I'm going to take my... By the way, this is a fun map. I'm pretty sure we've been on this a few times, but most of the time we've sort of engaged in this whole area. I could be wrong. Actually, you know what? No, it's usually enemies on this side and sort of we're coming in from the side. So it's neat to see that, like, it's kind of funny how much more mileage you can get out of a map just by, like, twisting it around. I think what I'm going to do here, so I need to, right now I'm in protection mode for my units. I'm curious if I'm going to be able to maneuver my melee unit to come and do a, okay, so I'm not going to be able to do a strike on the, So my worry here is that I'm out in the open at the start of the next turn. I think I'm going to have to live with that, though. Before I move my lance, I'm going to work out the rest of the move with Hermes. So basically, I want them to stay put for however long it takes the enemy to shoot at them. So then we sneak out to the side. Even though it's sort of long range and not very... You know, we might even be able to get a second one out. Actually, here's a question. Can I just move... So if I go up like this... I don't get the full advantage of hitting him in the back, but I think... Like, I don't want to rely on that trick forever, right? It's better that I get this unit into, like, an optimal location for the next turn. I think this is a pretty decent turn for the Hermes. So basically, we shoot. We wait out the enemy attack. We kind of fire while we go. to the other end, and while the enemy unit does start firing on us in an optimal range, they are hitting the back of their ally, and we sort of hide behind the cover to the end of the turn. Nothing. It'd be nice if I could do something with this unit here, but I just don't see the numbers working out there. Okay, we've got our sniper shots with our rifle, so if I do something like this, well, that gets me in the area, but that doesn't really accomplish much, does it? If I run him up the middle like that. You know, I don't feel great about this move, but there's maybe one small adjustment I'll make to it, which is the dash. So basically lets me wait out the attacks without hitting my own guy. So again, I prefer to be aggressive when I can, but in this particular case, I wonder if there's a slightly better angle I can get on this. Yes, I'm a little worried that this might be a bit flimsy. I have my shield up just in case. But the one thing I like about this is that this defensive unit is going to be a little bit more effective in sort of in close quarters. So I really don't... My alternative was to sort of move them around the edge, but this isn't exactly the unit you'd use for flanking, seeing as it's my slowest unit. I figure my sniper should hopefully take care of this side. It's not exactly wide open fields, but it's good enough, especially with the high ground. And then I'll try and get the rest of my people on the inside to clean up. The one unit that we aren't doing any damage to is this tank in the background, but right now it's sort of doing my work for me, so I'm happy about that. There is also one mild worry that I have, which is some of the it could be that there might be some damage that this unit takes just from being in the line of fire, but if I'm reading this cone correctly, they're just on the edge of it, so it's marginal. It might be something that we're affected by, but we'll see. All right, so a little bit of damage there. Looks like we did crash this fella. Okay, so they're not going to do anything this turn. The thing is that there's really nothing else for this unit to do, so I'll do one shot and leave it be. Now, it looks like somebody hates my melee unit, so my question here is, can I move them in a beneficial... Ooh, I bet I can get away with the same trick as last time. So if I move them behind this cover... I don't want to get too clever on this, because if I actually leave the cover, I still take the damage. You know what? I think I'm just going to wait it out. It'd be nice if I could make it so that the enemy unit takes a bunch of damage, but I don't want to... like, subject my melee unit to damage just so that I can try and get some extra points on the enemy. That's intriguing. The other thing is this cover's kind of ropey, so it's you know, it could wind up falling down on them. All right. So I don't think this will be very effective for melee when the time comes, just because there'll probably be some There'll probably be some like things that I crash into, but I'm at least in position. Now, who does this person hate? They're going to use their machine gun on my assault rifle unit. So I can probably get away with a quick peek out. Nope, because this unit's finishing its attack. So better for me to go around the edge. So zip around. Should really try that shot as early as possible. So that's probably going to wind up hitting at least part of the building. And I wonder if I can get a cheeky third in. Not on my life. Short range? Nope. Alright, so I think the worry on this one is that I'm going to open myself up to retaliation for the next turn. So after I'm done... So it just so happens that these attacks sort of coincide with... or both attacks wind up ending at the same time, so I'm just going to put myself in cover. So of course the ideal would have been to have this unit do some damage on the light machine gunner, but because I kind of have to deal with the scenario as it's presented to me, I just sort of accept my fate. Now again, I'm going to try and take it. Best is if I can get the bad guys sort of doing their own friendly fire. Second best is I just kind of get my people in position and deliver as much as I can. So I don't mind just kind of standing still and opening up on the bad guys. The big question here is what happens next turn. Almost certainly this unit's going to aim and fire on this guy, and they're probably going to be slow enough that I wind up suffering for it. I suppose a remaining question too is, so let's say we succeed in taking out this tank, which is by no means a guarantee. What is the best place for me to put this particular unit for the next turn? I actually think keeping... I was going to move them, but I actually think keeping them in place is the best bet, because if the enemy comes somewhere in this area, I don't need to move them. We can just start opening fire. And if they're anywhere inside the city, chances are I'm not going to be able to get a clear shot anyway. So, we'll watch the majesty of slow motion for a little while. Oh, this guy's already taken out, so all those bullets will be wasted. So, he's getting ready for his flanking move. I can't even see him. There he is. So there's the tank aiming towards the melee unit. Shame is they're not going to be hitting them in the back. Okay, he's down. So I believe the reinforcements are coming in next turn, and we're going to have to figure out what we want to do with this guy. If we can get the right arm off, we're okay, but the shield's the one that's been absorbing all the damage, so most of this has actually been pretty ineffective. Dropping in. Command is getting impatient. Let's get this over and done with. So, 2 new enemy contacts. My sniper is in the last place I want them to be. So, let's see. That'll work. And lucky me, I have enough time to sort of walk around the edge. Well, either one of these is wishful thinking, so... Now, the big question this turn is going to be, can I get my melee unit involved? So I get the all clear here. That coincides with the sniper fire. Nope, that comes just after the sniper fire, so they can get the shot. Okay, so hit from behind. Okay, so sniper in front, hit from behind, run around the edge, just in time. Oh, that is gonna look pretty cool, I think. And the good news about that is it means my assault rifle unit is in good shape to do what they do best. So this is kind of a free turn for them. I'm probably going to want to get them in cover before the end of the round. I hit the edge of the hill, don't I? Alright, I really want to do some damage to that tank, but sometimes we can't get everything we want. But what's really nice about this is a completely self-contained turn, so, you know, I'm going to run a little bit hot, but I'm not committed to any attacks that run into the next turn. So it's not clear whether or not we're going to take this person out, but we're going to do some pretty significant damage to them. I'm getting my tankier unit sort of in play. If we have to mop up, I think probably what I'm going to wind up doing is taking Tango in. The only thing I would have preferred to do differently would be to have Kilo in a better position for the next round. But it is kind of hilly, so they may not be able to do all that much. But I am going to do slow motion again. Let's get Behemoth and the... We can afford to speed it up a little bit for the start. Okay. Now we can slow it down. So, sniper shot. Melee. Oh, and because they went crashing into the building, that last sniper shot's not going to hit. And we very effectively show this building who's boss. Alright, have a good one, 1-4. Thanks for stopping by. Command of the base is circled around to the perimeter. We're ready to pick up the squad if needed. Okay, so... And this unit's ready to eject. Smart move. So we are free to... Well, assuming they survive. We're sort of free to make... So let me just make sure that that works the way I think. Oh, that's so frustrating. It's a good spot. It's just there's the buildings in the way, which means it's not a good spot. So if I take to the ground, I can just sneak it in. Okay. The good news is this tank is actually on their way to hit this lance. So what I'm going to do here is move my... I'm going to move my... I'm going to move the Hermes back. Oop, looks like we can afford to delay a little bit. So I kind of get two good rounds of... get 2 good rounds of assault rifle fire. I'm probably going to burn up if I try and sneak a third one in. So if I try and move this one... Okay, I might be able to move that one back. Yeah, no, the numbers just don't make sense there. So I'm actually quite happy to leave this as is because I've got 2 buildings covering me there. This thing really hasn't taken that much damage, so I really don't have that much hope in terms of what we'll pull off. But I think in this case, I'm gonna try and close the distance with the bad guys. Obviously, leaving enough range for my sniper to come in and finish the job. Then the last question is, how do I protect my lance while being effective this turn? So I am intrigued by the possibility if I move the lance up like this turn and I use the hill for cover. What would that actually look like? I think I still wind up taking a bit of damage. Let's see what the shield adds to the equation. So we're at about 1.5 minutes. Yeah, see, the thing about that is my shield then bleeds into the next turn, and so it may not be as useful. Still, it does bring me into play, which is what I want, so... Cool, no damage. And looks like the shot's only just starting now, so not so good. So who does that? Okay, this guy's surrendering, so we're in good shape there. I'm gonna move the Hermes. So this is why the speed on this thing is amazing. Their ability to sort of bound across the battlefield and just be in a position to wither the enemy with the assault rifle fire is it's just something else. Now, I'm not going to lie, I'm a little surprised that there's not a whole lot in terms of attacks on this unit. In fact, I feel a little embarrassed to have the shield up like this, but that's life. So as soon as the shield goes down, we're in position to hit him with a shotgun. I think in this case we'll just follow him. Maybe try and move behind for the remaining shot. And because we've got a little bit of heat that we need to shake off, I'm going to take the chance. So here I'd be clear. Unfortunately, I've screwed up my chances a little bit. I think if I stand still, I potentially hit my own guy in the back. That's a little more promising. It's hot, but And then if I try to do that at the end of the turn... So I still have movement I can do with the lance. I'm just trying to pencil out. What I tend to do when I'm making these attacks is I try and figure out the things that are going to be sort of set in stone. So the things that I know no matter what my units are going to do, even if it means I need to like work everyone else around. So when it comes to the behemoth with its sniper rifle, generally, I want it fixed in place, and I want the thing to constantly be at full heat or ready to produce a lot of heat, because it that's the thing that works best. The sniper hits hard as long as you're able to stand in place and deliver the shot. Something like the Hermes, on the other hand, like its whole existence is to go bouncing around. It can take inconvenient paths because, number one, it's got an assault rifle, so it can sort of fire off these, 1 in a million shot. I could actually, so here's a great example, right? Most of this is just going to be hitting the side of a mountain, but what do I care? Because if you look, I'm at 0 heat, move up. By the time I fire my weapon again, it's still 0 heat. I'm not doing that at the very beginning because I don't want to take out this tank. It's going to surrender. But in this case here, it's really just about taking advantage of the fact this thing moves so fast that I can actually get to a point where I have an optimal shot on the enemy by the time the turn is over. So I will tend to move. Sometimes I'll build in a little bit of a plan for the Hermes just to sort of pencil it in, but it's the one that I'm the most willing to sort of move around on, because in the end, it's just simply easier for me to sort of make it go around the vehicle. The lance, on the other hand, anytime that I move it somewhere other than it's it's too hot. Anytime I move the lance, anywhere other than on optimal path, it's going to take me that much longer to sort of get them where they need to go. It's weird that I'm making this lance stand still, but I think it's the best spot for it right now. It can throw up a shield if the enemy... Oh. I should have paid closer attention to that. Neat. Okay, so I think it's actually anticipating the sniper shot coming in. We'll see. I'm kind of curious about this, to be honest. We'll do another slow motion one because it's I've been cheating you all on that. So I'm most curious about whether or not this guy raises the shield to the behemoth. This guy has his own sniper rifle, so he's going to be able to retaliate to the behemoth. The biggest thing is that we outnumber him now, so we're able to... Alright, so we just took out his legs. We'll never know whether or not we were right in calling where his shots were. Actually, at this point, I really don't want to do any more damage to them, because they are... yeah, they've got a left arm, but the left arm doesn't have any shield, so we're probably going to take it out by the end of the turn. Yeah. No, we might get lucky. Nope. "25-second battle, 270 damage taken, 5,549 damage inflicted, 80 actions planned, 1,216 meters. Screw you, everybody on the Imperial system. 3 units destroyed, 140 supplies detected on site. We've got Some Asgard parts again, capacitor, an improved heatsink, more Nox Heavy, hydraulics. I'm not going to write home about those items, but how many of them are rare? We've got some uncommons. Could be worse, but... So we'll salvage. Looks like the Hermes had a few repairs, but otherwise we're looking pretty good. So yeah, it's really interesting to see how long it takes the salvage to run, especially because I'm sitting on so much of it that there could be an argument for me to just ignore the salvage and move on to the next battle. One thing that I do find very interesting about this, so I think this is something that's been introduced into the patch, but notice how frequently these patrols are coming after me. My fatigue is very high on my squad now. I really should be getting some better pilots to rotate people with. The fact that the enemy is making sure to sort of punish me for moving ahead. Oh, we're not done salvaging yet, so we'll deploy. The fact that the enemy is keeping the pressure on is making sure that I'm facing them with a weaker force. What a persistent bunch. Command won't commit any more drop squads to the site, so let's get this over with. It looks like it was 2 enemies, retreat possible in 3 turns, which we're not going to do. Let's hopefully get this one over with quickly. But yeah, I'm really intrigued by the fact that one of the strategic decisions that the game is now making is to say that we have more people than you, and so sure, you can enjoy your little rebellion, but you know, if you aren't going to start taking care of your units, like I haven't been for the last ever since I started playing this game, we are going to simply outlast you. That's a very neat little problem to be encountering. So my ideal solution will be, you know what? I'm not even going to worry about the Hermes right now. My ideal solution is going to be to get the Behemoth to take out that tank early. It's not going to be able to do it behind a mountain, though. So if I just stand still... I still cannot do that behind a hill. I don't actually need to put my unit there. It just felt like that would be a good spot for it. So if I moved back... Well, it's not quite what I had in mind. It's got a really tight window on that, but... I don't know. Maybe. It's going to be interesting, let's say. Okay, so I'm curious how much of this shotgun I can evade by being behind the hill. All of it. So... Also, I believe this song gets awesome when you put the like when the fight starts. So what I want to do with this guy is basically get him in the action as early as possible. And in this case, they're probably going to be one of the main sources of damage. So in this case, I don't mind making them sort of shoot, like move, wait, shoot, move, wait, shoot. Wondering if there's a way I can just get that sort of range on the screen all the time. Okay, so this is the first. This is when I can attack first, so. I'm pretty sure I can't get a second one. Oh yeah, I'm already at top heat. Okay. Problem is this puts me too far out of the fight. So if I do this, I open myself up to the shots. So let's say I move a little more directly behind the building. Okay, shots come in. So the question is there a sneaky way that I can move from out of my hiding place and still get behind the hill in time? No, not even close. That's encouraging, though. Okay, so we move behind the house, well, the building. We dash, walk, and let the hill do the work for us, but as a precaution, we set up. Okay, I think that's everyone. I could probably stand to start. So the one thing I'm not crazy about is things like what I'm doing with the Hermes. So it just sort of stands, and I've got this half second where it's sort of waiting for its next instruction. The one way I'm justifying keeping where it is that both enemy units are currently in its optimal range. So even though there'll probably be a retaliation with the heavy shotgun, it's what I actually, yeah. The cover is free, and this thing moves ridiculously fast, so there's no excuse for me keeping that thing in danger. And in this case, it is a little bit of wishful thinking in terms of my melee unit that they're going to be able to run in and hit the tank. The justification for it is that this tank is currently doing an attack, so it's likely going to have to wait to fire next round. But the heavy shotgun is waiting, and if I were the AI, I would absolutely target the melee unit. But if that happens, I just go back behind the hill, and I don't need to worry anymore. But I did promise slow motion on this one, so let's watch the magic. Can't blame him for missing that first shot if he's in midair. Yeah, neither of those hit. That's upsetting. Okay, it's crashing. And we have one more delivery from the sniper. That connected. I'd say, I mean, the score for this game overall is very well done. But I would definitely say that this one in particular does a great job of the transition between, sort of between the planning and the combat. I do not need to be nearly as scared as I am of the shotgun. Or, well, he's on semi-high ground, and I am admittedly behind a hill. But I'm not super convinced that's going to give me the cover that I need, so I think the dash is prudent. Especially because what it lets my lance do, which isn't the target of anything, I get to sort of move up. I gotta be careful of the sniper fire. I really don't like committing to stuff over turns, but so I do feel a little bit frustrated with myself for getting scared with the melee unit, but when does the second attack come? There's no way I can justify that. The shotgun against this melee unit is no joke, so I think I'm gonna have to sneak around and try another approach. But in the interim, probably only going to require one shot to take this thing out, but let's do a second just for safety. It does look like they're going after the behemoth, or sorry, the Hermes. So the trick here is going to be to try and maximize the damage that I do. So in the end, at the almost 5-second mark, so in the last sort of 1/10 of a second, I need to make sure that I'm behind some cover, but everything else that I do in between needs to be built around inflicting as much damage as I can on the bad guys. Okay, too hot. Okay, that's a nice opportunity. It's probably too hot, yeah. So that just gives me enough time to sneak back. Oop. Actually, another thing that would be kind of helpful, I don't know how easy this would be to implement, but one thing that would be kind of... So it's pretty clear here that I want to, you know, stand still for as much of this attack as possible, and then I want to move behind. So it'd be kind of nice if I could take one of these runs and just sort of slide to the right, and it would fill the gap with a weight rather than having to sort of manually instruct for a weight, or alternatively a shortcut that would say sort of complete the present action, and then you know, and then execute the move. Because especially given that the wait time is dependent on the terrain, it looks like this wait is longer than I actually want it to be. I'll have to live with it. The problem with the alternative was if I waited for the full... Well, you know what? Let's give it one more shot. So if I wanted to try and go for an optimal weight, something like that, would I... I'm taking a bigger risk than I should, but... This is a very stylish game, if you haven't noticed. Victory, all hostiles eliminated, site under control. So congratulations, you now have control of the site, and you may see hope rise in the region. 10-second battle, 80 damage taken, 1,102 damage inflicted, no units lost, no subsystems on site, 37 actions planned, 390 meters traveled, 2 units destroyed, no parts, 61 supplies. Getting a little more generous on the rare items. Quite a bit of salvage ahead of us. And this may be a case where I'm not able to... is this convoy? Patrol squad. I'm going to ignore it so I can continue liberating the province. I'm actually... Hey, Aperture Science, how do you recruit new pilots? I am told that if you go to the home base, you should be able to recruit new pilots. My drawback was I started in the main territory, but I didn't think to recruit new people, so my people are very tired. But I'll show you on the map when I resolve the event here. So birthday wishes. During some downtime, one of your pilots approaches you looking sheepish. Hey boss, he says, look, I don't mean to bother you, but well, it's my birthday today, and a few of us were wondering if we could do a little something to celebrate. We've been working so hard lately, it'd be nice to relax. Behind him, you can see a couple of your pilots looking on eagerly, awaiting your response. So we could do nothing. Birthdays hardly matter when there are occupying forces on your land. Sing happy birthday. A rousing song is sure to set the birthday mood. By the way, because we're going on, obviously we live in the DMCA land for, on Twitch. There's the fairly famous case of, how restaurants and some movies will always have like birthday scenes where anything but the birthday song is sung. The funny thing about that is that the person or the group that was so aggressively enforcing the rights to the birthday song did not have the rights. There was a lawsuit about it, and it turns out that the claims they were making were not justified. They didn't actually own it. So if I wanted, I could sing the happy birthday song, but when have you ever heard me sing on stream? So we'll throw a small party, let them eat cake, -2 hours, 100 supplies, but we recover 15 fatigue. And while we are watching that happen, to answer your question, Aperture Science, 42nd of their name, excellent name by the way. I believe when it says here reserves, maybe it's if the enemy attacks, then that applies. Maybe I got that from the Discord then. Just give me one quick second here. I'd like to give you an official source that can cover that for you. So if we go under Phantom Brigade, Phantom FAQ. Early access information. Here we go. So I'm going to give a link in the chat. So this is a very helpful Discord. This is the Brace Yourself Discord. Actually, I'm sorry to do this, but it has been a while since I've used this link. For those of you who are thinking of buying this game, it's currently available on the Epic Store. And if you are so inclined, you can use that affiliate link and I will get a small portion of the purchase. Or alternatively, if you buy something on the Epic Store and at checkout, just below the purchase button, you enter System Chalk below that, I get a small amount for the purchase. I believe that is an amount that is set by Brace Yourself Games, but of course, if you have somebody else that you want to support with that, or if you'd like to have all of the money minus the Epic fees go to Brace Yourself, I completely understand that. But I am also trying to be a little more active in suggesting that link. But above that link, there is the Brace Yourself Discord. So what I'm going to be reading to you is coming from the Phantom Brigade FAQ, which is present inside of that. The Discord is really worthwhile because, of course, you find like-minded individuals who you can experience the game with. It's a great place to give feedback for the game, but more importantly, it's going to be the place where commonly answered questions come up. So this is in the second message from Brace Yourself Community. And it says, how do I recruit more pilots? Visit any point on the map that you've already liberated when you're within sensor range. Oh, interesting. Okay. I.e. you've moved the mobile base very close to it. You should see a pop-up in the lower right corner of the screen. If it says 1/1 under capable of production, you'll be able to recruit a pilot by interacting with the point again. So I was wrong about that. You do not need to be back to your... You do not need to be back to your home base. Let me see if I can see... So I don't know if this counts, because it's hostile. Okay, party is successfully concluded. So I'll see if I can find an example for you as time goes by. But that was I gave you the link that I got that information from. We'll suit up. It's just going to be a quick peek at the goodies that we got. So there's a Nox medium. It's not going to replace my Blackbird. Medium handgun only would apply to my rifleman. Nox light arm. There might actually be somebody who can use that, but it's definitely not this unit. So the Hermes for his left item could benefit from the gun. So right now we've got the fire starter. It's a rare, so yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not crazy about the fact that it's got a longer duration and 6 shots. Currently rocking a Nox medium. So this has got a higher overall integrity. The mass is really high though. What's happening there? Oh, because of the hydraulics. But because this has got a defensive subsystem, I'm not going to be able to take the same advantage, and obviously being, such a huge increase in my mass is going to prevent me from being able to take advantage of the mobility. So good arm, but not appropriate for this particular mech. And I think that's going to be true for my others. So the Lance is definitely not going to take advantage of a light arm. The upper body is a Nox. Oh, the Nox medium might be appropriate for the other... might be appropriate for the Lance though. So currently I'm using a Bean M. Small improvement to overall integrity, but again too heavy. Well, in fairness, the Bean does have empty plating, but it can use empty plating because of the barrier, and the heat dissipation's worse. So the only possible improvement would be on the Lance. Currently, and it's an offensive subsystem compared. Well, no, we've got the capacitor there. This isn't too bad. I think I'm willing to sacrifice some of the integrity for Oh, I messed up. Yeah, so that's a nice improvement to the speed. I am a little worried what that's going to do for my overall weight. Damnation. I guess there was only so long I could get away with that. Okay, so standard core back on. So what if I put this Nox Heavy on? Ugh, that's gross. Hang on. Yeah, I still gotta go. Still gotta go with this. I'm also trying to think if there's something better I can do than the capacitor, but really, I really don't think there is. So let me just make sure that my weight's where it needs to be. That probably means I'm going to get stuck with a torso like this for a really long time. And there's no point in checking out the other stuff, so let's deploy. Command, rebel units have just entered visual range. I'm outnumbered, requesting rapid response team ASAP. So 2 enemies. Oh, this is the new mission type. So looting outpost, move your unit to the marked areas to secure them. So place your mech next to the marked supplies to secure them. So I believe this is one where as long as we get the supplies, we can run away and still win. What I am interested on for this mission, though, is... Oh, these are supplies. Like, wait a minute, did they just introduce artillery? So what I'm interested on this one, though, is do they... So, like, MechWarrior 5 did this in an interesting way, which is if you go on these kinds of smash and grab missions, generally you are facing an overwhelming force, and if you just decide to stand your ground, you are in trouble. And I'm a little curious whether or not that's where this game's going to go with these kinds of missions. Interesting. Just trying to get my... It's about as close as I'm going to get. So what I wanted to do here is try and cover the distance as quickly as possible. I'm still out in the open, which I'm not super comfortable with. Should probably see what kind of enemies I'm up against. So heavy shotgun, and okay, it's and a heavy handgun, so these aren't too threatening. So we'll run around the side. So the Hermes is perfectly positioned to sort of just run in and scoop up some supplies. This is another one of these cases where, even though it's like a 1 in a million shot, I'm going to be hiding behind cover for a little while. And we only need the one. All right. So there's actually 2 goals that I have with moving the Hermes this way. So I now have kind of 2 people who are sort of in a potential danger area. But my goal in moving the Hermes up is to either give myself the option of going after an objective, which would be the gear, or to sort of get them a little more active inside of the combat. Now the good news is that they have kind of cleared the way for my sniper to work their magic, so we usually can get 2. And likewise the oh, did I just bonk my own peep? That's a pity. All right, you know what? New approach. It is a shotgun, right? So I don't need to worry all that much. And in fact, if I'm smarter, notice what I can do. Get in close. So what happens here, right? That guy fires his shotgun right into his ally's back. In fact, I can probably tilt things slightly towards my favor. Okay, so trying to make as much of a straight line between me and the allies. Okay, and what I can effectively do as a result is I can just keep opening fire, you know, as I'm closing the distance, as long as I'm sort of at... So, yeah, this is where they move into the ideal spot. Nope, too hot. Just trying to make sure that I'm keeping the distance roughly where it should be. And again, part of that is just because I know those shotguns are going to want they're going to want their moment in the sun. So my lance is the slow one, so we'll zip them up. And again, it's a low chance to hit, but it's the opportunity I've got, so I'll take it. And nobody's in the way of snipes. Yeah. Is there another? Okay, I missed the shotgun. Still, pretty significant amount of damage already. If we could focus on the arms, that works best. But I think we're probably going to be lucky to to get that precision. Shotguns aren't exactly known for... Well, it's shield only, so that guy's probably going to be ejecting. Assuming we let them. Okay, so this guy ejects. This guy is going to be bringing up his shield. Less clear who they're focused on, though. I'm going to have to figure that out. And then their attack will be... Okay, so they're going to focus on the Hermes when the time comes. So let's see if we can work out who they're pointing the shield at. Okay, so this is kind of the neat part of where the Hermes is at. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to abandon their move. I'm going to get them to make sort of a beeline to the goodies. You know what? Maybe be a little more cautious than that. So if I do that and then I move them over here, what does that get me? Probably a shotgun to the back, if I'm honest. Look, it's not my bravest set of moves, but... Okay, now let's see. So they pretty much start with the shield right away. I'm curious. I'm already running hot, so that's not going to work. So my first shot should be coming at the 2.3 second mark, and I'm pretty much out of the picture by then. But I'm not going to be using that heat for anything else. More importantly, everybody else is free to do whatever they can to the enemy. So we're going to jump over the gap. Oh, nope, too hot. So the idea here is I want to close the gap as quickly as possible. While the other factor I want to keep in mind is I don't want to bash into this guy because he's going to eject and we're going to be able to take his parts intact. But the big deal here is that this guy is going to be too busy focusing on my ally, and as a result, I'm going to be able to sort of run in from behind and just kind of eat them up. In fact, I'm willing to risk the second. Nope, it's too hot. So. Last question is there anything that my sniper can be doing at this moment? So that's the earliest attack they can pull off. And I will confess a bit of concern. I am not entirely crazy about the fact that this unit that's going to be ejecting is in between the two. So we're gonna move like so. This does deny me one of my attacks. I think if I try so early, yeah, I get too hot. If I try to dash immediately afterwards, I'm assuming I also burn up. Yep. Yeah, so walking to this destination's best bet, and knowing that... Ooh, that's gross. I don't like that. think this is still too hot, yeah. I think this is about as good as I'm going to be able to get with the circumstances, which means I'm giving up some of that. It means I'm giving up some of that behind attack with the shotgun. But one small benefit is that the Hermes, or sorry, not the Hermes, the Sleipnir is basically able to collect the package uncontested. Yep. All right, right arm down. He's going to eject too. Decelerating. Let's flank and finish them off. 4 new contacts. So this is a little lucky for me. So this guy's already out of commission. This guy presumably is going to eject soon. Nobody's attacking, so we know that we've got those intact, which means we can focus our attention, excuse me, either on collecting booty. Oh my god, it's only tanks? This is a gift. So one thing I'm not clear about is if I need to be standing by these things for the whole turn. One thing I do want to do is get the lance in as soon as humanly possible. Seeing as they're sort of best positioned to deal with tanks. It's going to be a long wait though. So the sniper, unfortunately, has absolutely no value in the current circumstances. This might be interesting. Oh, no, I can't get him that high. All right, I'm surprised that that would work, but it's a first shot. It's better than nothing. So cool. One of those is down already. Commander, the base is circled around to the perimeter. We're ready to pick the squad up if needed. But yeah, so I'm definitely not ready to... I'm definitely... In this case here, retreat possible. Retreat to the highlighted location to exit combat. Enemy will remain maintain control of the site. So it looks like I need to have these units in place for 2 turns, which is pretty inconvenient for me. But it's a risk I'm willing to take. So who... Holy smokes! Man, this game is being nice to me. So this guy just winds up shooting through the wall the whole time. So I, of course, am going to get whatever shots I can in the optimal range. Let's see if I can sneak one last one off. Nope. And small arms, same story. Actually, it's probably running hotter. Yeah, I think this is about as good as I can hope. I might be able to slightly move, like I might be able to jostle the positioning around a bit to try and take better advantage of the cover, but I'll work with what I've got. Now, who wants to hit the melee? Oh god, everybody does. It's cannon. Yeah, it's all cannons. So, does my sniper have an opinion on that? Not in the time that I need. But they can get into position, and they can take some of the pressure off. It's right at the edge of the heat, but... Oh no, they're behind the cover. Alright. Man, that's a really... Yeah, there's no good options there. And you know what? Honestly, at this point, it's not worth... it's not worth wasting the heat on a shot that I know is not going to be that successful. I'm going to move up. Start with a good old-fashioned shotgun on this gentleman. Actually, here's a curiosity. So this building has very little chance of surviving. You know what? What if I did that? Well, I mean, it's going to be the same damage to the building, but for different reasons. Oh, so nobody actually wants to hit the lance. Interesting. So I'm curious whether or not the fact that I'm sort of running in with a second unit is going to prevent me from being able to collect the resources. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, that thing fell. Alright, it's a bit of damage. Alright, crate's locked on. Our drone has the cords and should be descending any second now. Extraction possible. Move your units to the highlighted location to gain a victory or stay in a limit hostiles for bigger rewards. Interesting. Okay. I'm curious whether or not this will change over development, because what's interesting about hit and run missions, at least, so to me, okay, obviously everybody's going to have their own views on the direction that the game should go, but in this game, you know, you are sort of fighting an occupying force, and so there is something kind of interesting in having to face an enemy that is significantly stronger than yourself, and your successes come from being able to, like, I mean, this might also be something that comes up later in the game in later missions, but I sort of feel right now that the taking advantage of our small side component of the game is sort of that's already taken for granted, in the sense that the missions that we're doing, like, right, we're taking this base, we're moving to places where we can engage from a position of strength, and none of the missions are basically reflecting maybe the state of the world on the strategic map. And it would potentially be interesting to see scenarios in which you are, on the tactical level, you're outnumbered, and you need to sort of rely on your wits and sort of superior play to be able to achieve a goal. At no point do I ever doubt that we're sort of the underdogs in this story. That's not quite where I'm going with it, but I just think that given how I reacted to the sort of the scenario where I was faced with a ridiculous number of tanks for the first time, and just how differently I played as a result of it, I feel like there's some interesting opportunities that might come from from allowing situations like this. I'll veer off behind the hill. I don't think it's going to survive long enough for that, but... And am I actually doing anything with my... Not really. I mean, there's not a whole lot for that unit to do anymore, but... I suppose we can move in. Different heights always gets me. Doesn't accomplish a whole lot, but we'll see. Oh, that's neat. I can't hit my own guy. Anyways, yeah, so it definitely feels that the new sort of hit and run editions are... So it's neat that you have the retreat option, but I feel like they stopped short of I feel like they stopped short of making it something that's a really different direction as a mission. Because in the end, the quote-unquote best victory is one in which you still wipe out the enemy. So so 25-second mission, 347 damage taken, 5,144 damage inflicted, 71 actions planned, 1,185 meters moved, 4 units destroyed, 194 supplies on site. Tower, some Asgard Nox parts. Excellent reactor will be welcome. Empty plating is also useful. And that's all in common. So we'll spend some time salvaging. We've got a few seconds of repairs. So that's nice, but of course the time we're spending on salvage is sort of taken up. Another thing I'm curious about is whether or not there's going to be kind of like the Doom counter as an XCOM on the strategic map. I don't necessarily see... I mean, I can see how it could be brought in, but I'm not entirely sure what that really adds other than the fact that other games have it. So, you know, I definitely... It's maybe worth thinking the few sessions that I've had of this game, I've gone to maybe provinces that I'm a little overpowered for because I just enjoy being very thorough in my approach. And my reasons for taking certain battles and such will be because my fatigue is really starting to get affected, or, you know, and any number of these reasons. I'm really trying to think, you know, what would giving me sort of a impending doom, if that would really do anything to sort of make me, like, it would make me behave in a different way, but would it necessarily make the game any more enjoyable for it? I sort of think in the case of XCOM, because you are faced with these, so XCOM's kind of interesting because you have this permanent loss of a trooper, and it's not only that you've had that trooper for a really long time, but you've invested a lot into kind of keeping them. So there's the two dimensions of your attachment to them. You've got your mechanically you put resources into them. But let's face it, you feel more emotionally attached to them than just mechanically. And what's interesting about XCOM is that in order to avoid, catastrophic events on the strategic map, you will sometimes make a sacrifice. Like, I'm in a terror mission and I'm not going to withdraw from this terror mission because if I do so, I'm going to lose this province. And on the other hand, I'm not quite sure those kinds of decisions in this game would be the same. I also note that with the sort of the roadmap, they're talking about sort of nemesis units. I assume that you're probably going to have to defend some of the territory that you've claimed, and so that might wind up having, being a little bit more in line with what this game is about, while still making me hurry up in terms of getting certain actions taken. You might want to take District A over District B because, District A is a little bit easier to defend, let's say. Anyways, let's suit up for the assault. My team definitely is looking pretty rough. They'll have a little bit of a break as we move on to the next location, but let's take a quick peek at the different parts. Some Asgard Heavy is probably not the done thing for this unit. I mean, it's a nice, beautiful integrity, but very, very heavy. So we have empty plating. The only real thing that changes here would be the number, but why not? A couple of shields, so that might change for the lance. The right arm, we're currently rocking a Nox Heavy. It's got an active heatsink. That's the right call for that one. So this is intriguing because of its mass. Huh. I can't remember what my old one was. Wait, did I really put the capacitor on it? No, it's this one. Okay. It's 380 integrity versus 243. But you know what? Like, I really want this to be the I really want this to be the improvement that I want, but the fact of the matter is that I'm not worried about integrity on this one. What I am worried about are things like heat dissipation. In fact, one other possibility I should be considering. So we've got excellent hydraulics on this guy. I'm going to try something a little different here. I really wish I understood what the multi-purpose stable... Oh, actually, hang on. So the multi-purpose stabilizer seems to give, this is based on the Discord, multi-purpose stabilizer seems to give a bonus towards stability and such. You know, one really cool thing about the sniper rifle is the amount of damage that it does when it hits. I'm just really not sold. Like, the way this is working for me right now, I'm able to get 2, sometimes 3 shots a turn with this thing, and I'm not going to be able to do that if I don't have an active heatsink going. So, I think I will accept the world as it currently is, and perhaps unsurprisingly, all of these Noxes have just too much... Well, okay, there's a couple, like, I've got the excellent hydraulics in these legs, so it's not a complete apples to apples comparison. But even this one with the, actually, you know what? This, just for science. Yeah, they still have better mass. Forgot to change out the... This is close, but not quite what I needed. Right, so my upper bodies, I may use that Asgard heavy. Yeah, so the lance I definitely need to take a look. I'm pretty sure everybody else is not going to benefit from these adjustments. So, first things first, the Nox has an overdrive core and an improved capacitor. Definitely can switch out the offensive subsystem for... Okay, so improved capacitor and core. Definitely better integrity. The sacrifice in both power and well, no, the power is going to be fine. What does that look like? Yeah, you know what? I'm just not that convinced by that loadout. I am, however, going to take a second here and see if I can find myself a better capacitor. Yeah, there's definitely some good parts that are hiding in these. An excellent capacitor. Okay, stance. I actually kind of like this shield. 700 integrity with regen. Man. Svalin. This thing is a beast. So it currently has an excellent regenerator. You know what? I know it's going to slow me down a little bit, but... Composite shield provides cover for from two cardinal directions when used. It's a saber, ergonomic and sleek, and design saber models are cheap to manufacture and mostly used as support weapons. Manufacturer Invictus. Invictus's ergonomic equipment focuses on heat management and accuracy. Less importance is placed on damage output since they primarily supply all support and assault units. So we'll throw this thing on. And let's see if I can do better with my defensive subsystems. So one temptation that I've got, right now we've got the mass and barrier, but if I were to put the empty plating on instead, so it seems to me that what we get out of that, I could compare that to my old shield. Yeah, that is better in every possible way. Man, this guy's looking like a beast now. I kind of want to put a heavy body on it just so that I want to make sure I didn't lose my... Yeah, we still have my 3 bars. I kind of want to put a heavy body on it just so that it can be like the most terrifying thing you see on the battlefield. Like, I'm not going to keep it, but what's the nastiest looking That might work. I bet if I put the Blackbird on it, this thing would be... Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Blackbird body, which may not be a heavy now that I think of it, would give it just enough bulk to sort of make it... if fear would do the job for us. Okay, as much as I enjoy singing the praises of my new toys, got a pair of Asgard Heavies to compare. So right now I'm rocking a passive heat sink. What's the difference here? It's heavier and the heat dissipation. Okay, well the reason the heat dissipation is different is because the capacitor, the integrity is not as good, so there's no point in running with that. There's nothing I can do better than the passive heatsink. I guess I can bump up the level though. And then for the lower body, Helga, heavy legs, so it's very unlikely I'm going to be running with anything else. Excellent hydraulics. Well, better integrity. These have excellent hydraulics as well. So more mass, no barrier. I'm not sold that these Nox legs give me what I need. Plus, this shield is badass. Look at that. And at this point, I don't think there's anything else for the other pilots, so let's deploy. And here they are, great timing. Our big bird is about to do another pass. He'll send backup our way, so don't panic and hold out for a minute. 4 contacts on the field. On turn 4, there's going to be reinforcements. This will be a bigger challenge. It's because they're in 2 different positions. We've got a lot of buildings in the way of the sniper. So basically, one of my units is going to be a bit less effective on the battlefield, although what I can do with the sniper is set them up. Does anybody want to attack them, first of all? Yes, the tank does. Ah, crumbs. All right. Yeah, they're going to keep them. They're going to keep them honest for a little bit. I'm going to move my guy up here. What I want to do is get the shot as soon as they turn around the corner. So if I'm going to be pinned down, I'll at least be somewhat useful. Alright, what are we up against? This thing is packing a cannon. We've got a heavy shotgun and a submachine gun, so that guy is no joke. Medium handgun and a shield, so this is probably not a high priority target. Heavy handgun and a shield, so the handgun probably has some meaningful range on it. 48 to 63. Let's compare that to the assault rifle, which has got a 33 to 54, so something a little outside of the range of that unit. Alright, let's try moving the lance first of all, because the lance is going to be the one that's slowest to move. So, I mean, I did just put a big badass shield on this thing, but I don't want to. I want to take damage unnecessarily. The penalty for taking damage is definitely less than it used to be with the introduction of the. With the change to the repair time. Okay. I can see some magic happening here. Come on. I'm assuming this has something to do with the fact that I'm pushing these buttons on the on the buildings. Hmm. I want to make sure I have a clear shot before the turn's over. So I'm gonna blow away part of the building in order to accomplish that, but I gotta work within the constraints I've been given. Nobody wants to attack the Hermes. That gives me a little something to work with. In a perfect world, I'd be able to sort of fire while moving through the environment, but I'll work with the world as it was given to me. I don't think that's going to be enough to really finish the job. It's what I can do this turn, though. So we'll pop behind the the building. And who wants to attack my? Okay, both of them are attacking the melee unit. So, as is usually the case, I'll just move from cover to cover, and with luck, yep, we're fine. If I was a Boulder man, I would, I'd go in for the attack. Oh, see, that works so well. I hate myself for doing that, but I have to. All right. Oh, no. Oh, good. I thought I saw them collide. Okay, so what happens here? Puts up his... Oh, that's going to get interesting. No, I hit him before contact happens, though, so... Okay, so I duck out. Yeah, I can get behind the building in time. And they do attack me afterwards, so the next best move for me is to actually just run up along the side here. So one thing that's nice about this is it just delays these guys while we focus on the activity over here. It is a little bit of a pity that I'm not able to take better or make better use of my sniper. So nobody's really coming after them. So once I get on my perch, is there anything interesting that I can do? Take advantage of the opportunities as they come. Looks like... Well, this is interesting. So this unit's completely ignored. So I apologize for the people in the parking lot, but duty calls. If they're just going to stay put... unfortunately, it's the left-hand side that this attack is coming in on, but I'm happy to penalize them for the attack. And one extra thing that I can do to make this a little bit sweeter is that I can actually move my lance around the edge like this. So notice what happens. Move them to the edge. Pretty much the entire time this unit's attacking, this unit's going to be focusing on the back. So because this is a shotgun, I am going to take the precaution of putting up my shield. You know, it's a building, so it should be somewhat sturdy, but I don't want to risk being caught with you know, with the shield down when I had an easy opportunity to use it. And then looks like I get a... I mean, it's a hard call, right? Whether I want to take on the tank or the unit over here, but the tank is still a threat. Oh, nope, the tank is surrendering. That's not a hard call at all, then. The only drawback is... Okay. So let's say I move up a touch, and I dash. I still don't think that does what I need. Again, I don't like committing to attacks later than the turn, but it's what I currently got. Okay, so that guy got out of the... That guy was not where they needed to be, unfortunately. Technically, we've not done any damage to them because it's all been absorbed by the shield and they're regenerating. Which is a little unlucky for me. Tank's out of commission. This pilot is ejecting, so now we get to focus our efforts on the other bad guys. I think I'm just going to take the opportunity, even though it's a remote one. So one of the reasons I'm moving the way that I am right now is I'm trying to deflect any damage that will be done to that other unit. And I think in this case, it's not the most exciting in the world. I don't really think I have any sort of shooting opportunity. Yeah, that's not going to do anything. Yes, these already moved out of the way in time for my arrival. So honestly, at this point, I'm just going to move them up. Let's see if my sniper has any opportunities. But before I do that, let's just see. Yeah, so basically everybody hates the melee unit again. So melee unit isn't exactly shooting the lights out as far as combat capabilities go, but they are doing a very good job of drawing fire from the enemy. So I think at this point we wait out the attack. Really? Let's see that attack before. Well, we stay put. It's not an exciting round, but as soon, like, the nice thing is as soon as they stop focusing on this unit, they are gonna wreak havoc on these guys. I think the reinforcements arrive next round too, so if we can take out another bad guy, so much the better. I'm not sure my chances. That's an inconvenient building. It's as good as I'm gonna get. There are not a lot of better alternatives where I am right now. I suppose... Yeah. Getting on the ground is probably smarter at this point. So I should be able to get 2 shots off. Although I may hit my own guy. Nope, we're okay. Alright, unfortunately, we'd already committed to those attacks. CR2 on the field. What's taking you so long? Here. Surround them and finish them off. 3 new contacts. I don't even know if I really want to pay attention to what they are because we have the existing... Well, no. We should see what we're up against. Okay, this isn't terrible. They're in the area, so if nothing else, I've got... Oh, this is an opportunity. Okay, so we wait them out for the duration of their attack. Now we move up a little bit. Ah, really? And I don't get what I need for the attack. It's a start. It also puts me behind a building, so... what are we up against here? So their only attack is on my melee unit. So yeah, I don't need to worry at all about these enemies. What I do need to worry about is getting as many shots off as I can while people are in my field of vision. So snipers done everything they can with this position when that attack completes. I think if I move them up there, I should be able to get a shot. Ah! I was really hoping I'd be able to get a shot on the new arrivals. Oh, and it goes through the building, so that's not useful to me at all. If I go over here... it's honestly better as a... better as a setup for the next round more than a useful position on its own. But it's a chance for me to fire my big gun, so I'll take it. I might be able to like do a dash or something to fix the... situation, but... Okay, I'm gonna just slightly move to the left in case there's funny business, then I'll move up. Oh, no, if I move up the middle, then I get shot to the back. Okay, I think I'm going to send the Hermes as a greeting, or sort of welcome wagon. As always, I'll take the opportunities I can to do shots, so... Some of this is going to hit the side of the building, but it's really more about whatever opportunities I can get. Sadly, I don't have a chance to hit this guy. That's probably going in the side of the building, but... Yeah, this probably isn't actually going to do much, but... Again, part of this is just about putting bullets in the air. And finally, my lance, which is actually really complicating things right now. So I suppose if I move them up like that... Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move them up. I'm going to make them wait. I just shoot him in the back. Okay, good hit on that. This unit's ejecting, so we... And this unit's kind of... I mean, I don't think they're going to eject. Yeah, so really at this point I basically just need to get the lance in and sort of make plays. Okay, so there is somebody coming after the melee unit. However, the melee unit is particularly good against tanks. That's waiting too long. If I do the primary attack, I'm pretty sure I... Oh, yeah, that's not good. I'm trying to minimize the amount of movement to actually deliver the strike. Okay, so if I just ignored the possibility of getting a shot in. So run up like that. Let's say I run part way. I'm pretty sure the primary strike's not going to give me what I need. Well, oh man. I think I'm willing to take a little bit of heat for that move. What that also lets me do is I can take the... So I'll wait out the... I'll wait with the Hermes for a little bit. It's not great for weapon effectiveness, but honestly at this point I'm just gonna let her rip. Oh, you know what? There's nothing stopping me from... Oh, yes there is. So, wait out the attacks. Is there really no better place I can move? Yeah, that's better. Nope. So the problem with that one is the collision, which admittedly is not the end of the world. It does mean some damage towards my legs. Okay, so we wait it out, move up. Yeah, so it's the fact that the vehicle moves. Look, I don't feel super comfortable with that move, but it's what I got, so can I pull this off? Not without hitting my own guy, so we'll move up. I'm kind of banking on the attacks doing what they're supposed to. This is the last one I wait on. Sort of move out of the way. And I'm more interested in taking that guy out. So yeah, I mean, I'm taking some heat damage, having done the other attack. Ooh, yeah, that's not good. All right. That gets me to safety, but I think it potentially gives me some risk as the... I think that puts my... my Hermes in some risk. It's about as good as I'm going to get it. Okay, so... Fine. I guess there's really nothing better I can do with that unit. I didn't even consider... Oh man, there's probably a bunch of stuff that my sniper can do to solve a lot of these problems. Yeah, okay, so we're just going to erase... We're just going to erase this guy's turn. I'm actually going to move him just way the hell out of the way. And we'll build the rest of the turn around them. So... This unit may not survive the strike. We don't know. Second attack. Okay, good. Third attack. Okay, so they're clear in time for the sniper shot. So it's very unlikely that this thing survives to the end of the turn. We connect primary attack on this unit. Possibly run into this. So there's a small worry. Yeah, this is a pretty heavy guy. But because it's a melee attack, I think I might make it through. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. This makes a whole lot more sense. Okay, so we move up like this. Wait out the attack. Can actually probably wait only part of the duration, because then I can move around the end. And as soon as they come into view, I chase them down and shoot them. The stream's going well, Remarkable Frisbee. I'm sorry if I missed your message a little bit earlier. I've been really focusing on this particular setup. I don't know if the strike's going to happen. That's a beauty. So that guy's crashing now. That unit just got destroyed. And then we should see him move up and open fire on this unit. The new patch is really interesting. They've added a couple of new mission types. You can now escape. Escape seems to be a very passive choice. So even on the hit and run missions, you get more rewards if you stand and fight. But again, like you could really tell earlier in the stream as to whether or not I thought that was a room for improvement or not, because the whole sort of insurgency idea is something that is supported through the strategic map, not necessarily the tactical. And so with that in mind, it's not necessarily the case that you have to have... so one thing that I sort of credit... yeah, this guy's still standing. One thing I sort of credit MechWarrior 5 for is that they're sort of hit-and-run missions. You're landing on a hostile planet. You have your lance. You've got 4 mechs. And you're trying to take out certain targets, or you're trying to achieve your objective. And if you stick around, you are almost certainly going to be destroyed because, the fact that you just simply cannot take on that many units. And so, yeah, and the strategic map in that game doesn't really feel as well developed inside of this game. In this game, sort of the idea of being, you have your mobile base and you're sort of hitting the targets that you can handle, sort of that's where that feeling comes from. But I am a little curious what it would be like if there were some scenarios that were built in such a way that the expectation is that you would run from them. And I don't know if that's on the books or not. Again, I certainly do not mean to suggest that it's a negative feature of the state of the game. I was just intrigued by the difference. This game looks so good. Okay, so I need to get back to my old habits of building my turn around, you know, the big playmakers who are a little more are kind of stuck in position. Ugh! I'm not doing that second attack. So that might take out the guy before the shot comes in. I'm curious, what's the best way for me to get to safety? So dash doesn't do it. I think putting up the shield is really the way that I handle this. That doesn't work. So what I'm trying to do is make sure that I have this unit in play for retaliation. I gotta make it. It's better to have it in the optimal range than try to do it in the back. All right, so I've got the shots from the sniper rifle. I'm definitely staying put for the first two. The question is there something better I can be doing with my attacks at the end of the turn? Yeah, so this guy isn't really moving anywhere. So if I can get to a better position, if I dash, I probably burn up. Yeah. You know, even on the ground, I'm still probably more helpful. That's a fairly open area, so okay, so this guy's just finishing his crash, so I think I can probably duck behind some. Yeah, I get tagged at just the end of it, but I can, of course, set up. Well, let's not get silly. Let's, you know, short range weapon for the start. Too hot, so we'll wait it out. This thing doesn't surrender at the end, does it? Nope. So, yeah, I do what I always do with the Hermes, sort of run out into position. I'm not super convinced that's gonna be able to do what I need, but it's better than just standing idle. Okay, I think that's all my units account. No, I don't think I moved the melee unit yet. So they are. So I mean, one option is I move up, I do the melee, and then I try and find a way out. Well, you know what? How much you want to bet I can make this work? Okay, so partial move up here, dash the rest of it. It's a little bit of time where I'm not in cover, but definitely not enough to get worried about. I'll try and do a slightly more top-down view just because there's going to be people behind buildings. You'll notice I really hate being passive with my mechs. The thing is, like, if you're passive with a mech, all that you really accomplish is, like, you delay the turn. I can't really think of a lot of circumstances in which you gain something for not attacking an enemy. Obviously, within reason. There are definitely some cases where if you, like as I was saying before, if I commit to an attack that goes into the next 5-second period, I don't think that hit. That's annoying. I don't know why that didn't work. Surely now it'll surrender. But yeah, like committing to something in the into the next turn is something that allows the enemy to sort of exploit your position. It closes you off from being able to react appropriately. All right, this should be over next turn. This thing's still not surrendering, so... So we'll wait it out. Shield up. And just run into it. Gonna move aside. This unit ejects. Just want to see if making the thing kind of bounce around is going to be enough to end the madness. Ah, it's destroyed. All hostiles eliminated. Site under control. 35-second battle, 507 damage taken, 9,144 damage inflicted, 104 actions planned, 1,359 meters moved, 4 units destroyed, 185 supplies. We've got... well, almost everything's intact. This shotgun may be an improvement. I don't know if I do anything with the tactical, the SMG-1 tactical, but we've put that on the marksman before. And Nox Heavy, again, it's always, it's a roll of the dice for those at this point. So we'll speed up. You'll notice, since Remarkable Frisbee, I was mentioning the new patch has arrived, you'll notice that the repairs were automatic now, which is very welcome. And hopefully, so if I take a look at my pilots, thank you, having helped the settlement, a man comes up to you. I can't say how grateful we all are for your assistance, he says. I have information about somewhere not far from here that may help your cause. He marks the location on the map. One of your pilots comes over to show you where the new location is on the map. It could be armed to the teeth with guards, or it might be abandoned. Might be worth a risk, your pilot says. Could have something useful. What do you think, boss? Should we investigate? Why do you even ask me what I think? Yes. All right. So looks like we're going to the testing range instead. I was about to say my pilots are really tired, so it was gonna be nice to give them a break as they move to the next base, but no luck. We're on to the testing range. Defended. Your recon says that this place is defended. You'll need to take it by force if you want anything out of there. Suit up. Let's take a quick look at what the new goodies are. So none of the upper bodies are worth it. Defensive subsystem, we got an improved regenerator. Left item, a couple of gray shields, so not too helpful there. Right, that's going to be for the lance. But for the left item, what about that SMG? That's a really short range on that thing. That might work on the Hermes. Again, absolutely nothing inspiring on the arms. Knocks heavy legs. So yeah, this is Hermes and Lance equipment. So it's currently got a heavy handgun with 24 to 36 range, level 6. I could replace it with a level 8 SMG. So 305 in a volley, 293 damage per second. And I really like the fact it does 2 shots. Actually, pretty comparable interval. It is shorter. Puts out more damage. It's heavier, though. I don't know. I think I'm okay with the pistol that I've got. Let's say... I think I had those beefy legs, but it's probably not going to be better than the Helga. So again, actually it's a fairly substantial... It's a fairly substantial amount of integrity. The mass is a worry, though. So I'll put the hydraulics on just for a check. Yeah, so there's better heat dissipation. We're at 1359, 1441. Yeah, it's really hard to... The Helgas are kind of a special... upgrade. The level is not... level number is not everything, so... I think I'm happy with what I've got. Right, we weren't interested in the shields because they were gray, and I don't see anything better than empty plating. That was easy. Oh, it's so late. I have work to do still. And here they are, great timing. Our big bird is about to do another pass. He'll send back up our way, so don't panic and hold out for a minute. So this is another loot mission. I don't know how many units are on the board right now. New wave and turn 3. We are probably going to melt these guys. So it's a cannon, light machine gun, submachine gun. So yeah, I want to stand in front of these shots, but we are going to have a pretty good time of it, I think. So first things first, I should be able to get a... yeah, so I'm going to snipe... I can snipe the tank first of all. And then I can move off to the side. Ah, dang. Oh, nope, they're standing still. Oh, that's a thing of beauty. Can't get the third one in, but I can... okay, so set up. I can move back a little bit and prep for the next round. Okay, I have a very small chance of being able to take out this tank before it becomes a problem. Ooh, this is exciting. Okay. And on top of that, all my attacks get to sort of move in close. So while I'm cooling down, I can get into a better position. So the reason I'm doing these premature attacks is so that I can try and take it out before it does attacks on the lance. Nuts. Threading the needle. All right. Really? Well, okay, so the enemies come on turn 3. I can commit to a slightly more indulgent attack. Okay. So, best bet for my... So this is a cannon, so first of all, closing the distance is ideal. Ooh, I just make it, so if I dash it... Nice! Don't see any reason not to have my shield up for this, just in case. Ah, but they have a follow-up. I was kind of hoping that I could just go bounding around and get a shot in on the other unit. Also, I don't know how sturdy this thing is. Like, it may not actually hold up. All right. So yeah, there's really not a chance here for me to do my... We'll occupy this tank, but that's about all I can hope for. What I can try and do, though, let's say I move this unit up like this. I'm a little uncomfortable, but basically a quick attack, which means I'm going to scrub that one. Yeah, we'll just let this unit... Actually, okay. So if that unit's cooling down over that period of time, I'm going to move them towards the objective, which unfortunately does pull them out of this this engagement where I may need them. But this gets my melee unit into the battle, and then they should be able to sort of run into the middle here. The sniper is in heaven, and I can be a lot more aggressive with the lance if I need to. All right, so this thing's already out of commission. In fact, I potentially just screwed my lance there because they're going to move in range of the tank. Oh, it's already inactive. Jesus. Lucky me. I hope these two aren't about to collide. Did I really... What? Oh my god! This is a disaster. I really don't know what happened with that movement. That's embarrassing, though. It's a machine gun. I got to take that thing seriously. Okay, let's get some... Let's get set up for the turn with the other units first. I gotta pick a lane. I also need to remember that the reinforcements come after this turn, so ideally we finish this up. Okay, I'm a little too close. Okay, that's as early as I can go. A little concerning, especially given the fact that this unit's already gotten pretty banged up. I don't think I can get the third in. Nope. So, as a second best... So first thing I need to keep in mind is that any movements I make are going to displace this unit. So I think it is probably better I just chuck up my shield and take what's coming to me. And what I can do in the interim is I can close the distance. Ooh. Thing lasts longer than my shield is up. Yeah, so there was a bit of a mistake to move the Hermes out of position, but I'm effectively relying on the sniper to finish the job, and that's simply not going to happen. So we're going to have two groups of... Oh, Jesus, this guy hasn't taken any damage yet. Well, it's a bold strategy. Drone has a rough location to the crate, but we're going to need another location pinged to make sure it's picked up. Stay at the location to finish this. I got to be a little more conservative with my heat. Okay, so this is an opportunity for my lance. Now, first thing I want to do is see... Alright, so it looks like I miscalculated when the reinforcements were coming in. That's good for me. So effectively I get to just keep raining death on this guy. The other thing I should probably keep in mind, so I'm okay leaving these guys in position, but I shouldn't be running away with my... So like, I'm okay doing a move like this, because this keeps me protected. But once that attack is done, in fact I can throw up the shield again. So then I run around the corner. Yeah, it's not ideal, but it's a chance to do some damage. Oop, who doesn't have orders? That's probably the... Yeah, Hermes is fine. All right. Commander, the base is circled around the perimeter. We're ready to pick the squad up if needed. Still no reinforcements? Lucky me. Although it does invite the question as to where I want to be when the, when the reinforcements do arrive. I'll move up. It's always a good day when I get on a building. I think I'm going to move into the middle of the city. The rest of this really, we just need to stay put until we know what we're up against. And it doesn't look like any of the reinforcements are in the position on the battlefield yet. What a persistent bunch. Command won't commit any more drop squads to the site, so let's get this over with. 4 new units. Okay, this is going to be real. But it looks like it's 4 tanks. So unfortunately, my sniper rifle doesn't quite have that range. So really, this is going to be about dashing to locations that I can dream. Speaking of dreaming, no. It might do something, but I'm probably gonna have to still move my. I'm still probably gonna have to move my sniper. The Hermes, on the other hand, is gonna have an absolute field day. So at this point, I really just want to shoot at anything that I think I even have a remote chance of. I'm probably going to be able to get one more in. Nope. Okay, I should probably be a bit. So it seems like I'm only going to be able to get 2 shots no matter what. So this is my best opportunity. And the only thing that sucks about this is that they are gonna have retaliation. Really nothing to be done with the lance except to just try and cover as much ground as possible before the turn is over. And it's going to be the same story with the melee unit. I can probably get a dash in. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, this is the shorter distance, so let's close the gap with a dash and then walk the rest of the way. So it's a little disappointing to only see one unit, doing attacks, but it is a series of tanks, so I don't have too much to worry about. This is kind of fun to watch, though. Not enough to take him out, sadly. So, perhaps unsurprisingly, a very, very solid representation of people who are mad at the Hermes. Fortunately, I can hide behind cover. Alright, so there is still some anger there. I should be able to sneak out and get a couple of good shots. Actually, before I go any further, so realistically, is there anything that my sniper can do right now? Not even close. This is, at this point, really just playing with this unit. I don't see how there can be any real strategic benefit from bouncing them around all these locations. Yeah, actually, with that in mind, it's nice to have fun, but I would like to actually... I'd like to try and get some of my work done by the end of the night. So I can get at least one shot off on this unit. Possibly a second if I'm lucky. Nope, not with that heat. So we will wait. And then this probably gives me a few more opportunities in future rounds. Yeah. Now my melee unit has a chance to be a real... Nope. They are pinned by the tank. Yeah, both attacks. Okay. So if I move up like this... Oh, that finishes just at the... So I move up. Oh no, they're still attacking, so... wait it out. Dash. So that sets me up for a future turn. Now, it's likely what's going to happen here is this cannon's going to attack the melee unit, but that just means that that's a unit that's not being attacked by that other one. So this little bit is about... I mean, really, I just want to be able to navigate the map while avoiding avoiding the consequences of my actions. I'm not entirely convinced I'm going to be protected from that, but it's close enough. So this is an interesting dilemma. Yeah, that leaves the sniper wide open. I'm actually curious in that case, if I do something like this, it's getting really crowded on this side of the map. But I think I actually have more opportunities if I take care of people over here, because of course the sniper's sort of relying on having that column clear for attacks. So let's see how it goes. Alright, so taking some damage. Alright, 2 crashes. Good news. What I probably should have been checking for too were opportunities to cause some friendly fire. So, as predicted, the melee unit is on everybody's list. Okay, so who's actually attacking them? Okay, so it's specifically this unit, which is mobile. Okay, so that's protected. As long as I come up with something to do with the lance. Oh man, I am making this... This thing is not going to survive the end of the turn. But it does what I need, so... And at some point I do need to stop being scared of tanks. Like, this is getting a little ridiculous. That I'm sort of playing hide and seek with these much smaller units. Again, though, it's nice to avoid damage. Okay, this sniper's just been given a gift with immobilized enemies, so... I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to say it's only going to take 1 shot for each of these to take them out. That may be wrong, but I would like to try and do something a little more effective with the sniper if I can. So basically kind of 1 shot each. Especially because the Hermes is in a position to be able to give some retaliation to these Damn you. I can't dash because it's too hot, and the lance is going to come rushing right behind me. Why is this so difficult? Okay, let's ignore the lance for a minute, because the Hermes is the playmaker. Okay, so then we move them. No, I can't move them. That's the dilemma. Okay, so if this unit's going to be retaliating, they may not actually be alive for it, but that does give me something to work with. So I move up. I can move them just a little bit behind this wall. And while I'm doing that, I open myself up to do, well, at least one. Alright, so again, I'm kind of banking on this thing being taken out, but... So now we see if there's anything exciting that I can do with my lance. Okay. Here's an idea. Actually, I don't think it'll work. I was thinking I go in with a melee attack, but what that does is that just sets me up for the for that guy's attack. But okay, so if I move like this, I have a feeling that I should be able to sort of track these angles are just shy of what I need. I was going to try and do some friendly fire. I don't know. I don't think I need to get super clever about it though. It'd be nice to have the melee unit come in and do, and do some work, but I think probably it's better that I just focus on my existing units. So, Tango's here. Move them up. I'm not entirely convinced that's going to protect them, but... And then I can try something like this. It's not my best turn, but we'll see whether or not I take damage. Okay, already crashed, down. Sadly, the sniper shot didn't work out. Oh, nope, that's inactive. So I believe there's only one active unit on the battlefield. Looks like they are going to attack at the end of the turn, so we are going to have to clean them up. But this should be pretty straightforward. And that's the turn. Alright, 40 seconds, 916 damage taken, 5,525 damage inflicted, no units lost, no subsystems detected on site, 104 actions planned, a kilometer and a half moved, 5 units destroyed, no parts on site, 203 Supplies, Elbrus destroyed. Empty plating's always welcome. So unless there's a rarity thing, yeah, this is nothing to write home about. Locked up tight, you arrive at the marked location. You send a pilot to scout the place out. No sign of anyone, he says when he gets back. The building is just up ahead, but it's locked. Looked like it was wired up with some kind of alarm. How do you want to deal with it? So we can kick the door down. There's no time to waste. 3 hours unlocks immediately, but will attract units for 3 hours. It will take some time, but it'll stop the alarm. Weird. So breaking the alarm takes longer than using force? That doesn't... Like, so presumably you do this if you just want to get a lot of extra units coming after you. Or maybe it's saying 3 hours is like the result of the effect. Anyways, I've got ridiculous amounts of supply. I don't know what to do with it. So we'll use the tools. And we already have 6 hours of salvage anyway. So you can dispatch the salvage team to the site and recover any usable parts and supplies. Not quite like we're really going to need it, but... Freedom! You have successfully liberated this province. The people rejoice. The relief is palpable. One of your pilots wanders over to you as you watch the people dance in the streets. I know there's a lot more to do, she says, but shouldn't we celebrate the small victories? She and some of your other pilots would like to celebrate with the people, and we will definitely celebrate. So we lose 6 hours, but we're already salvaging. Give your pilots the night off and some booze to blow off steam. 200 supply, but we regain the 100 fatigue. So, satellite shower. A small cluster of some of the satellites that form a tight ring around the planet is falling right above your homeland. The sky is ablaze with their orange and white trails as they burn up in the atmosphere. Beautiful. You keep your eyes on the sky as the base moves on. Oh, this is interesting. So I wonder if there's like a... I'm curious what the effect is. So I have one base to liberate, and then I think that's going to be it for tonight. I'm already... Oh god, I'm 2 hours over? Yikes. But again, a testament to the game. I know... You know, it's sort of easy for me to say. By the way, this is to Aperture Science's question about recruitment. I'm trying to take a look at any of these settlements to see if they say if they have production capabilities or not. We'll be crossing into a few territories as well. That might give us that. But yeah, anyways, it is worth saying, you know, I was given a key for promotional purposes, so it's easy for me to say, oh yeah, this is the best thing ever. I'm always very self-conscious about it because, you know, not everybody's gonna like every game that I like. I try to do my best in terms of explaining why I think this stuff is interesting. This game... If you forced me to give a single reason why this game is so compelling, it's probably the fact that there's the trade-off of like setting up your plan and then watching it in motion. And I think, you know, it's not just that they've done a really good job of making an interesting game in terms of setting up those plans, but because, you know, the animation is so good. Like, just the, you know, you can play a game and you can see your plans turn out, and it's very satisfying. So you could even argue that, you know, the Paradox games that I used to be playing on Mondays, those are a very, very long-term way of playing a game like that. You will set something up in Stellaris and it will pay off 10 years later. And in the case of Phantom Brigade, that's a much sort of tighter timeline. You're effectively looking at 5 seconds. But, you know, Stellaris is a very beautiful game, don't get me wrong, but to be able to sort of see as a video, you know, your top-tier plays, and then the fact that you can hit spacebar to make everything go slower, you know, those are really rewarding moments inside of the game, and that's one of the biggest things that keeps me coming back. All right, it's been a while since we've seen some positive fatigue. I don't really think there's going to be anything for me to equip. We'll see if the Behemoth can get anything, because it's been short. Yeah, Elbrus medium, it's gray, so no point in even looking. But yeah, with that in mind, I mean, I'm very enthusiastic about the game. It always feels decelerating. Let's flank and finish them off. 5 new contacts. Doesn't seem like there's any reinforcements. Base siege, eliminate all hostiles to take control of this military site. The garrison is isolated. No reinforcements are expected. But yeah, I think there is something to be said about the fact that I've so consistently gone over time on this game in particular. I don't think that's a mistake. I mean, partly I feel a certain I do feel a certain desire to to get each province taken care of before the end of the stream. But that's like, I wouldn't keep streaming if that was the reason. I would just kind of try and make sure that I'm timing stuff a little bit better. The game really does reward you for just making interesting choices, being clever, or even just simply so I'm just trying to get a read on. This is a little hair-raising, given that cannon. I think I'm going to keep my sniper there, and after that shot. But yeah, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of reasons why this game kind of keeps speaking to me. But I do sometimes think some of the best indicators of my experience with a game are those cases where I wind up kind of going overtime. It doesn't mean that the games that I don't go overtime on are bad, but there's two things. It's actually unfortunately tied with me being a worse broadcaster. If I stop talking, I'm so into the game that I'm completely neglecting chat, and like that's something I really try not to do. It's kind of the shooting offense. But it's hard sometimes because there are some really good games out there. Okay, so I'm protected by the buildings. In fact, I may not even need to. So if I just walk in like I own the place. Oh, you know what? It's this guy that's going to cause that problem. So I do need to protect myself from at least one source of damage. But there's nothing saying that I need to sort of squirrel myself away. So wait it out a little bit. And the rest of it just getting into position. Ah, really? That's inconvenient. I was hoping to basically just move this guy sort of forward and... Well, I can still sort of do it. I'll take some damage, but I know that I'm going to have some extended time to repair, so it's not as drastic. Okay, so this is the optimal shot. This is the secondary. It will probably accomplish nothing, but I've got the heat. Okay, melee-wise, honestly, just move in close, stay behind cover, and set up for the next turn, I think is probably the way this is going to go. Okay. So I'm a little more suppressed than I'd like to be. And the lance, it would be wonderful to sort of just get them like barreling in. Well, you know what? There's a couple things I can do. Not worth it. And they're not smashing bad guys, but they're definitely getting into the action early. I should also take a look at what I'm up against. So we've got submachine gun, cannon, one auto cannon. All right, so 2 short range and a bunch of long range. This should be very manageable. Oh yeah, I should have paid attention. That first round is always good for friendly fire. Okay, so let's start by moving the lance. So does anybody want to target the lance? Yes, this guy over here. So if I can get my Hermes to... Okay. It's still too hot. Okay, so I gotta make sure I'm still behind the building. Okay, this is turning out nicely. Who is it that's coming after the... Right. This guy is my new best friend. I don't think I'm going to be able to get another one of those off. Yep, so I'll go for the higher damage output, and I gotta stay put because this guy's taking some shots at me. Next up, the sniper. Alright, I got a little lucky. I moved back, but turns out that... Ooh, that's a tight window. I'm gonna go for it, because I really need to see some extra damage on that guy, but... that does not take me to my warm and fuzzy place. Okay, so there's 2 sniper shots. Beyond me just, adjusting his position on the roof, I'm pretty happy with what's going on there. So Hermes is taken care of. Behemoth is taken care of. Normally the Lance is one that I would be considering first of all, but they're actually the target of a lot of attacks, so I probably want to get a clearer picture of how I'm handling everything else. And then I think the melee unit is in the same situation it was before, so we run around the edge. I mean, it's fine to go cover to cover, but it does keep my unit from being able to do anything else. So if we run up like this... Okay, this is a rare opportunity for me to get something done, so... Run up. And while technically we're moving in closer for an attack, it's while I'm dashing to take this guy out, so... This leaves me with the lance. I just made life difficult for myself, didn't I? Okay, so if I stay put... What I'm trying to do here is actually make sure that this guy gets hit in the back. I hate that I'm keeping this guy so passive. Okay, so now I move up. I get basically one shotgun shot. This guy's already getting sniped. It's not even a particularly good shot, but it's the one that I can take right now, so... That's surprising. Oh, that's probably heat. Okay, so that didn't turn out. So, good news is they did damage their own people. Unfortunately, I'm sort of just running into the... Whatever. What happened to my shield? Oh, because I'm trying to do my attack now. I really should have paid closer attention to how the turn was going to play out attack-wise. Really sad fact is we have not actually taken anything out yet. I've successfully damaged a lot of buildings. Okay, we just got 2 crashes in 3 crashes. Alright, we're in better shape now. No surrenders. If I feel particularly threatened, I can play a little bit of tank pong. But right now, I think setting up a shield... when does he attack? 160. So if I tried another attack now... Well, you know what? This might still work out. So if I did an attack immediately following... Okay. So let's say I do a little something like that. Unfortunately, I give him a clear... Okay, so I got to stay put for the duration of the attack at least. So they hit the side of the building. And the nice thing about this is I then get to toss up my shield. I get to walk into a few guys. I finish being a big old jerk by putting a shotgun at the bad guy. Okay, melee unit. I think I'm just gonna run through the fray. Too hot. It's very unlikely that attack is going to succeed. I'm going to be running hot again, so... I do, however, need to start moving for subsequent turns. And then, unfortunately, my sniping has not been too useful over here. So the problem is, I think even moving up like this isn't really going to solve the problem I have with the building. Well, that's just going to hit another building, so that's useless to me. I just walked down. Okay, I can't walk down, so I gotta zoom. This probably gives me... Oh! Okay, so I can at least walk to the edge. I gotta wait a little bit just to let myself cool down. I mean, I've gotten used to using the sniper rifle, but the marksman rifle definitely needed a lot less babysitting. Oh, are you kidding me? Okay. That may be an opportunity on its own. Well, that's interesting. How much you want to bet I still hit the side of the building? I think at this point I just want to see if it works. This will be fun to see him avoid the hits. Okay, that thing's down. It's a little late, but we still managed to cause that one to crash. Okay, so that thing's totally okay, it's down. I want to see if that sniper shot turns out. Bounces off a building. Twice! Maybe we'll just boot this thing. Alright, I think we're down to 2 enemy contacts now. So my first question is, can I just let her rip again, not without burning up? So who are they attacking at the... Oh, they're probably attacking me. So I'll let the attack run out, and then I'll just charge him with the shield to minimize the damage. It should, however, give me a chance to... well, that sucks. Okay, well they're gonna be occupied looking for my melee unit, who will be hiding behind cover like just about every other turn. So next best is I move the Hermes again and have fun unloading my weapon on the enemy mech. And there's really nothing useful for the sniper to do right now. The best I can really hope for, we'll just move them across the map. I think they're pretty much out of the... I can do, like, the sidearm, but it's already kind of crowded, so... So, again, more pool with tanks, but I actually need to start delivering. The thing is, right now, I need to actually start delivering some kills. It's all nice and, it's all fun to temporarily disable enemy units, but I'm not going to win unless I actually take them out. So Shield's putting in some work. That thing's not dead yet, so... I mean, they're going to go marching over their own guy anyway, but... nobody really wants to do anything to the Hermes, so they'll use that to their advantage, and I figure probably best to focus on the enemy unit. It's probably the biggest threat damage-wise. In the worst case scenario, I can always just step on a tank to nullify its damage for that particular turn. I do need to wait until they're actually in range. And it would have been great to use my melee unit on the enemy mech, but again, they're focusing them down, so... There's some potential up here, but it's what I've got is what that is. I'm not sure that's gonna pack away the enemy unit. What it is gonna do though, it's gonna buy me some time to get into a better position. Actually, you know what? I am gonna just start using the sidearm. That's a very elaborate way of accomplishing that, but at this point here, I need to make something happen. Okay. Well, we made something happen. Who's still alive? Oh, this tank. All right. Sniper, do you want to do the honors? No, it's too close. Oh, thank God. I was like, is this thing still standing? Alright, yeah, that got a little clowny at the end just because of the number of units all stacked up on each other, but the repairs will be minor. 30-second battle, 1,239 damage taken, 5,919 damage inflicted, no units lost, no subsystems on site, 80 actions planned, 970 meters traveled, 5 units destroyed, 193 supplies. Heavy handgun, level 9 body parts. Excellent capacitor. Actually, that's going to be pretty helpful. And it does look like it's rare goods. So we'll run the salvage, and I think it will be time to properly sign off. So the only thing I wish I could have done was share an example of a place where you could recruit pilots. Stargazing. As night falls, 2 of your pilots approach. Hey boss, one says, we were wondering if you might let us stop for the night. We want to watch the satellite shower, the other says. It's such a clear night and we'll be able to see it for miles. So you can watch the stars, stop the base so your pilots can watch the skies, 2 hours minus 10 fatigue. Dismiss it, you've got more pressing issues at hand than stargazing. So this is another example where I was talking before about sort of the doom count. So imagine events like this in XCOM. You're really making a decision that says, I could potentially lose the game off of this, but the reward that I get is so high. I'm not entirely convinced fatigue has that role yet. It's definitely getting there because the number of sort of enemy patrols that keep coming after me has made it so that I can't kind of have the same pilots again and expect peak performance. But in this case, this is a no-brainer because I'm already doing the salvage. So why wouldn't we spend the 2 hours when we're already sort of stuck in place? It's neat though. Like these events are. I'm starting to get a little bit of a better idea of what the game's going to be like in sort of its full version. And so, anytime I make a comment like that, it really just needs to be. It sort of needs to be viewed with the lens that I'm not 100% sure what the finished product is going to be like, and as as the game continues to add new features, I think what's in my imagination starts sort of lining up closer with what what the game looks like. And then, every once in a while I'll have something where I'm like, I'm not 100% sure what this thing is actually doing right now. But inevitably I'll look at the roadmap and say, oh, okay, I think I get what this is doing now. But all good things must come to an end. I'm 2.5 hours past time, as seems to be the tradition with Phantom Brigade, but I do have a lot of work that I need to get done before I turn in for the night, and it is very late, so I am a bit worried about my overall. It's the 25th today. I'm a little bit worried about my overall state, let's say. But I am, I don't know, I'm really happy. I've said this before. I'm actually really happy that, that Brace Yourself decided to send out a key for this. This really is my kind of game, and it's only been getting better. So we're on the second major patch. The first one was Mechan at Work, which was a lot of quality of life improvements. This patch was actually released almost a week ago, but my schedule is my schedule. So we were enjoying our first look at the hit and run update. It's very enjoyable. Like, it's nice to see a little bit more variation in terms of the types of missions, a few more options to do. Particularly no longer having every mission sort of be a fight to the death, I think is really interesting. But as I've said before, I'm personally really looking forward to the Arsenal update, and now I can say the Arsenal updates. So, Melee is really cool. It'll be interesting to see what the improvements there are. I'm also really looking forward to missile weapons, because I think that's going to disrupt a lot of my cover-based play. I may be wrong. More enemy variants. I think, if nothing else, more enemy variants will mean I have, I have to adapt to the situations. And the fact that there's now going to be 2 months of changes, which, as far as I'm concerned, like, when you get new weapons, ultimately that means you get new strategies. And so it looks like we have 2 months of, it sort of looks like we have 2 months of different, different actions that I can take, different opportunities to sort of expand the toolbox, and so as a result put some more variation inside of my strategies. And for those of you that haven't joined it already, assuming that you play the game or Industries of Titan or Crypt of the Necrodancer, I highly recommend the Brace Yourself Discord. We put a link in there earlier, but I'll drop it in chat as well. Lots of good people there. This is by far, it's a very interesting company. And as they point out, the Katamari of indie developers, they just seem to keep growing and growing. And I don't know, there just seems to be something about that place where they really seem to have an eye for talent. It's not just that they're growing, but the quality of what's coming out just continues to be impressive. I'd love it if you guys would stick around for a little bit longer. I want to take a quick minute here and see who is online. I'm just loading up my browser now. And for those of you wanting to watch more of my stuff, so tomorrow there is going to be the usual Elder Scrolls vodcast. So it's not live, but I do usually hang out in chat for that. We're now on to Oblivion, which I think is going to be fun. I do, if I recall correctly, there's a couple of mod problems that I was having during that stream, or during those broadcasts. So I think the next video of that might be, might be marked by that difficulty. What else? Wednesday and Friday. So I know Hollow Knight is very popular, and I have been doing Everspace 2. I was given a key for a narrative game, and the developer that reached out was very kind in their comments, and they actually mentioned where they found me, which I found really helpful. So I don't know if I'll do a spare stream, or if I'll find a way to cram it in, but there's a couple more new games coming in, so it's very much up in the air in terms of what I'm doing Wednesday and Friday, and whether or not there will be an extra stream. But as usual, Monday, Wednesday, Friday are the standard days, Tuesday for a pre-recorded video, and whether or not I do a spare cast on Thursday. Lots of fun stuff coming up in the next couple of weeks, with Phantom Brigade being an anchor on Mondays at the very least. So until next time, I will mention that there is another Phantom Brigade stream going on, but I noticed that Night Valian is just started doing Hitman 2. So if you don't mind, I'd love it if you guys show more support for Phantom Brigade. So please do click on that link below if Hitman 2 isn't your thing. But I'd love to be able to give Night Valian a little bit of a boost, because I'm also looking forward to seeing them play Hitman 2 as well. So until next time, thank you very much for watching. We'll let the raid ticker go down over its few seconds. Alright, there's a handful of you. Have a good time in Night Aliens. See you next time.